And Mayor, I know you're all settling in, but it is 5:30, so just let me know when you want to get started, and I can hit the button.
If it's 5:30, let's get started.
All right.
Recording in progress.
Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, July 10th. May we have a roll call this evening?
Council members Barnacle,
Present.
Cater Thompson,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
Now,
Here.
Posake,
Here.
Shribs,
Here.
Mayor McDonald.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you very much. And let's see, on tonight's agenda will be a closed session tonight. And we will invite the city attorney to introduce the matters at hand.
Thanks for giving me some extra time, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, the council will confer in closed session on two items. The first is a conference with labor negotiators under Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are Peggy Flynn, City Manager, Brian Cochran, Assistant City Manager, and Charles Sakai of the Sloan Sakai firm. The employee organizations that are subject to the session are AFSCME Units 1, 2, and 3, PPMMA Units 4, 9, and 11, and IAFF Unit 7, POAP Unit 6, and PPSMMA Unit 10. The council will also have a closed session regarding real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property is the city-owned fairgrounds property, assessor's parcel number 007-031-004 at 175 Fairgrounds Drive, and also 007-031-005 at 866 East Washington. The agency negotiators Peggy Flynn, City Manager. Negotiating parties are the 4th District Agricultural Association. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment and other terms of use of portions of city-owned fairgrounds property for presentation of the Sonoma Marin Fair. And again, this is a session as permitted under the Brown Act for the council to give direction to its representatives to the negotiations and not to conduct negotiations between the parties. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And thank you. Councilmember Now, did you wish the floor?
Yes, I will be recusing from the fairgrounds item at closed session because I am a former employee, but it's only been a month at the fairgrounds. Thank you.
Congratulations on your retirement. And there is public comment on this item. The public is invited to make comments on the closed session items. They're limited to 3 minutes. And I'd like to ask the clerk if she's had any comments prior to the meeting.
Mayor, no, we did not receive any comments prior to the meeting on the closed session items.
And there are no participants in the House to turn in our yellow speaker cards. So let's check Zoom and see if we have Zoom audience wishing to make public comment.
Members of the public attending online or by phone should do the following. If they wish to make a comment, you can raise your virtual hand or press *9 if participating by phone. And at this time, I do not see any hands raised.
All right, then. With no public wishing to participate, we'll close public comment, and we will adjourn to closed session now. Thank you very much. We will be back at 6:30 or at the conclusion of closed session, whichever comes later.
Ahorita volvemos a hablar. Esto soy yo. Si quieres comienzo. Tuviste que trabajar. Ya. All right. Bye.
Ready? Okay, Mayor, would you like to begin the meeting?
I would like to begin the meeting. Do we get an announcement? We're good. Okay. Good evening, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, July 10th. Tonight, if you wish to comment on anything on the agenda, please fill out a speaker card. I have several, and they're in the back of the chamber, and bring it to our city clerk. I will now invite Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information to those who wish to participate in Spanish.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Hola, me llamo María Galvez y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, Mónica Aparicio. Estamos hoy aquí como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funciona la interpretación. Estaremos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted está conectado con su computadora, usted verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si usted está conectado con su tableta o teléfono, pulse en más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas. A continuación, elija su canal de idioma. Thank you. We're ready.
Thank you. May we have our roll call for the evening, please?
Council members Barnacle,
Present.
Cater Thompson,
Present.
Healy,
Here.
Now,
Here.
Hosake,
Here.
Shribs,
Here.
Mayor McDonald.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. It's good to note that Councilmember Cater Thompson is calling in and is on Zoom with us tonight. And let's stand and have a pledge of allegiance. And now a moment of silence. Thank you. To start tonight's meeting, I do not believe there are any changes to the agenda, no deletions, and so we'll continue as posted in the report. And I'd like to invite the city attorney to announce the results of this evening's closed sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is no action to report tonight.
Thank you very much. Let's see, and tonight we have a proclamation to read, and I'd like to invite Drew to step forward and accept this for on behalf of the whole Park and Rec department and bring folks along. And Drew Halter is the director of our Park and Rec department. And after the presentation, I'd like you to introduce the staff you brought with us, Drew. It reads, National Parks and Recreation Month 2023. Whereas, since 1985, the National Parks and Recreation Association has recognized July as Park and Recreation Month, celebrating the achievements of parks and recreation agencies across the country. And whereas the City of Petaluma Parks and Recreation Department supports the physical and mental health of Petalumans by maintaining parks and providing activities for all people, their efforts encourage healthy habits in children and promote mental well-being. And whereas parks protect the natural environment and open spaces for the enjoyment of all members of the community now and in the future, these green spaces further benefit human health by reducing greenhouse gas emissions and increasing biodiversity, thereby improving ecosystem functioning and reducing the impacts of flooding and cooling urban areas. And whereas Parks and Recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property value, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, and the attraction and retention of business and crime reduction. And whereas the City of Petaluma appreciates our Park and Recreation staff, agencies, organizations, and volunteers for their hard work in maintaining local parks and recreation facilities across our city. Therefore, I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim July 2023 as National Parks and Recreation Month. Thank you.
I will, yeah. Well, before we take the, yeah, oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council, staff, and the community. I want to quickly acknowledge some of your Parks and Recreation team who's joined me tonight to receive the proclamation. We have Recreation Coordinators Haley Liversledge and Kevin Hayes. We have our Superintendent of Parks and Facilities Maintenance, Cindy Chong, and we have our Recreation Supervisor and our California Parks and Recreation Society District 1 President, Rachel Beer. And just quickly, I want to say a couple of things in our appreciation and gratitude for this night. We approach our work in many different ways. But at the end of the day, we serve this profession because we believe truly that one, parks are just the best, and two, that we believe that play is one of the critical elements that we have and tools that we have to not just build great people, but build the communities that we all want to live in, raise families, and age in. While the last few years have been particularly challenging for all of us. Your Parks and Recreation Department in our industry was not immune to that. We are looking incredibly forward to the opportunities that we have in front of us in initiatives like a second skate park and the Kenilworth Park Revitalization Project, pool plasterings, planting more trees, new playgrounds, the city's first grazing and pollinator programs, to name a few. So we feel incredibly fortunate to be here tonight, to be working alongside city leaders in a community of passionate supporters who support what we aim to do and our commitment to making progress and reinvesting in our parks, our public spaces, our people, and our environments. So thank you very much. I really appreciate this night. Thanks.
Thank you, team. And now we have a presentation on the agenda tonight from our SAFE team. And I'd like to invite Deputy Chief Brian Miller and SAFE Team Director Aziz Majid to the podium.
All right. Yes, please. So thank you, Mayor McDonald, Council. Is that better? Sorry, I think Aziz and myself are both very soft-spoken, so we'll try to speak up for you tonight. It's our pleasure to present to you the SAFE program. My name's Deputy Chief Brian Miller. Aziz Majid is the director of the SAFE program, and we're pleased to share what is a 2-year summary of a pretty remarkable path and journey that we've embarked on as a city and as a partnership with the Petaluma People Services. And that journey has created quite an excellent program known as the SAFE Team. So in 2020, Following numerous requests from our community, especially our youth community members, we heard loud and clear there was an interest in a mobile crisis intervention program, and we began exploring as a city and a police department and a public safety team some of those options and programs in other areas of the country. Through that process, we identified a consultant and did an analysis of the potential opportunities here locally and what some of the service outcomes could be, and what partnerships in the community could help support and sustain a model. And we heard some really compelling data that supported bringing such a program here, and we were able to implement that with the Petaluma People Services Center. The program, in summary, is intended to divert essential public safety resources to the areas that they need to be focused on and allow emergency responders to be available and have crisis intervention workers who are more suitable and properly trained to respond to those emergencies and incidents that may be better served by individuals with specialized training. We partnered with the SAFE team specifically to address our crisis response, prevention, and intervention to our most vulnerable community members experiencing one of three or multiple crises for mental health, substance abuse issues, and homelessness. The team is trained with specially trained civilian first responders who proactively address calls for service that have traditionally been and unnecessarily impacted law enforcement and fire services and our healthcare providers locally.
If I could just briefly interrupt, can you just let me know when to advance to the next slide, please?
Oh, we'll
So that I
take care
stay
of
up.
Oh, so they can show it on TV.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Chief Miller. Another thing to touch on the program goals itself and how the team's made up. The structure of the team is very unique. We run off of the CAHOOTS model. So unlike a lot of typical mobile crisis units that structure their mobile crisis unit with 2 licensed clinicians, the team is staffed with an EMT, which is able to help bridge the gap in medical services with especially our clients that are sleeping on the streets that have a hard time accessing healthcare, along with our crisis intervention specialists, which are usually bachelor's level folks that do have some lived experience and work experience as well. So hours of operation, we began service July 5th, actually 2021. We rolled out on a 12-hour service day, starting out at 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. About 2 months later, we went really quickly, 18 hours, and about 3 to 4 months after our rollout, we were able to go 24/7, which has been amazing. So the past 2 years, we've been operating 24/7, 365, including holidays, and the shifts are structured from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m., and the night shift is 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. So we do have different teams under our PPSC and the SAFE team. We have a team in Santa Fe now in Rohnert Park, and we have our flagship team here in Petaluma. And that is staffed with 5 full-time crisis workers and 5 full-time EMTs. We have a team program manager as well, and myself, the team program director. So you can reach SAFE team directly through Petaluma PD's dispatch at 707-781-1234. Or if you forget that number, if you're in the city limits of Petaluma and you just call 911 and you ask for the SAFE team, Petaluma PD's dispatch will dispatch the team out immediately. Next slide. Or let me know if you want to add anything.
Please.
So like I previously mentioned, SAFE team is a model that scales. We're able to staff our team. We're able to expand it. We've expanded to Cotati and Rohnert Park, Santa Fe. In January, we signed on with SSU, and we were actually the first mobile crisis unit in the state of California to partnership with a Cal State University campus, which was pretty awesome. Yeah, please go.
Yeah. So we've been really proud. I've worked here for over 20 years, or almost 20 years at this point. And we're a small community, we're a nimble community, but one of the most pinnacle moments in my career was having a lieutenant from the Los Angeles Police Department call my staff and our teams to ask us how we implemented our program, how's it successful, and how they could implement a similar program using what we've created here in Los Angeles County. I think the other testament to the success of the program is while we piloted it, we implemented it quickly, we expanded to that 24-hour service model, and we are the only 24 service hour mobile crisis intervention team in the entire state of California. We're the only program on a state school university in the country. And so others, numerous jurisdictions, as those, including the ones that Aziz mentioned, not only are calling us, but they're implementing our program. And there's a number of programs out there, but they're leaning back into what we've done and what we've created, including we've had members of the Cahoots team call PPSC and ask them about some of the services and some of the things they're implementing. So we've taken what we do and what we always do in our community and make it Petaluma, make it ours, and make it great, and expand it and share it with others.
Thank you, Chief.
Next slide, please.
So we're going to go a little bit over some data and stats, and this is going to cover the past 2 years of the program, specifically only with Petaluma. And kind of to piggyback off of what Chief Miller just touched on is the success of the program. You know, a lot of it is we have the model, we're in the right city, we have the right agency in PPSC, but also the partnership with our city partners, both Petaluma Fire, Petaluma PD, and also being a Coots model means we're integrated in public safety, we're integrated in the 911 system. And so being dispatched directly from Petaluma PD has been so effective. We have a 10-minute average response time if we're not on a call, which is very comparable to both PD and fire. And if you look up at the screen, we've handled almost 7,200 calls in the past 2 years. And 16% of these calls are being diverted to safe in place of police officers. So we've done over 1,000 transports. I get asked a lot, what are some top transports? So we can transport to any staff service. Our top transports here in Petaluma are shelters, like the Mary Isaac Center, some shelters up in Santa Rosa. We have the CSU is another top one, Crisis Stabilization Unit. The hospital, and you have the DMV, the library, a lot of different staff services throughout town. If you look at our calls for service broken down, 3% of those 7,200 calls are first aid / medical assessment. So like I said, we do have that EMT on the team. We are not a BLS regular ambulance, but the EMT is able to treat first aid type of care, basic first aid and assessments. And if the EMT does need to initiate BLS, the EMT can do that, and we will activate fire. 7% are counseling requests. Those are folks that generally just need someone to talk to. Maybe they're venting, maybe they're a bit depressed, and they just need an ear. And so we're going to be there to listen to them and validate their feelings. The police / EMS assists you see there are any calls where PD or fire are out on a call and they're requesting safe. So most of our calls, we are getting dispatched directly from Petaluma Police Dispatch, but there are calls where police and fire are out on a call and they determine safe can help with this. So they'll dispatch us immediately from there. Public assist is kind of an umbrella term where a client or a civilian or anyone in the public needs the safe team for a specific assist with any need. So it could be a client calling in asking for a simple ride to the library. It can be a business owner calling in to ask safe to maybe help move someone along or get someone services. It can be any known need that we can assist with. We do have a capacity to provide death notifications. We don't do too much of those right now. Suicidal subjects, which is kind of a priority one call for us. We've handled 5% of our calls are anyone that calls in or any counselor or therapist that calls in and they're concerned about a client being suicidal anywhere on that spectrum. My team will head out to that call, even if we're on a call. So that's a call that we would clear from our call to attend. And then welfare checks are generally how they sound to check the welfare on someone. So it can be someone calling in saying, hey, I haven't heard from my grandma in 3 weeks. She usually calls every Sunday. I haven't heard from her. It can be, hey, someone doesn't look too good. They're standing outside in the sun. It's 100 degrees outside. So any type of call where we want to check the welfare of someone, make sure someone's doing okay. And then at the bottom there, you see our diversions. So, our programs here we're here to provide the community and assist the clients but another thing that makes our program so unique and so impactful is like what Chief Miller said is diverting clients from the ED, from the jails, and from ambulances and freeing up police patrolmen and freeing up ambulances and freeing up hospital beds for the folks that actually need them. So in the past 2 years, we did 311 ER diversions, 150 jail diversions, and 124 ambulance diversions. And that may not seem like a lot off face value when you compare it to 7,200 calls. But when you do a cost analysis and you kind of add up how much money that's saving, it's quite a lot.
I think importantly as well as, and I'm sure as the community can understand, is when we're diverting calls and the SAFE team's handling those, that ambulance is available and in service for someone who may be having a heart attack. If there is a traffic collision or a DUI driver, officers are available to go to those calls that are more suitable for us and that we are trained and available for, because the SAFE team is now handling something that they're specially trained for and assisting. So those diversions both are of immense value to the law enforcement, but also to the EMS and to the fire department. Next slide, please.
Okay. So successful outcomes. I get asked a lot, what is a successful call? And I think it's a broad range of calls. Something as simple as a dementia patient that can't find their car, and we can assist find their car. Something as small as that. Something to helping a senior client of ours become medication compliant. It can be helping someone access shelter. It can just being there someone on their worst day to get them through that, go over coping mechanisms, hear them out, validate them. Something as extreme as being on the top of the C Street garage with a client that's threatening to jump off, that doesn't want police around, doesn't want to talk to anyone except this one team member. We've had plenty of calls like that. I've personally ran calls with clients that were ready to jump in front of the SMART train. And something as simple as, giving someone a water bottle really made their day because it was 100 degrees outside. So I'd say successful outcomes are broad range.
We've even, within the first week of the program, one of the moments where I knew this program was going to be successful is we had a call on the city limit line, and actually just outside of our jurisdiction. So another allied agency was handling a call. They had a barricaded individual that was refusing to come out. There was a threat of violence. It was something that we couldn't necessarily walk away from. And the other law enforcement representative there tried the resources that were available to them. We had an officer who said, "Hey, I don't even know what this team's called yet. We just started it like a couple weeks ago. Let's call them." And the SAFE team showed up. They introduced themselves, and the individual who had otherwise refused to come out of the house and would probably have been something that we had to activate our crisis response team, have an extended derated incident with a ton of staff there, turned into a resolution within 15 minutes, and the individual immediately walked out to the team. And our staff was untethered, able to go back into the field and do what they do well. And the SAFE team handled the incident, and we haven't, as far as I know, dealt with that individual since that time. And so not only did it really instill to the community, I think, to that community client, the program and its value, it definitely resonated with my staff, and it immediately caught fire with our neighboring partners on the success and the value of the resource that's now in our community. Next slide, please. So what's been interesting about this, and I kind of glossed over it at the beginning, but we bootstrapped this program, and with the support of council, we're able to implement it immediately and quickly in 2020 and 2021 with the launch date of July of 2021. So we're at our 2-year anniversary. The data that we provided really highlights how successful the program's been in a short period of time, but it's very much been a pilot program. We sprinkled in some city funds. We've been highly aggressive in seeking grant funding opportunities. We've broken those down, whether it was from the COPS grant that's spaced over 2 years, the CCMU grant, the Crisis Care Mobile Units grant, is a grant that the county applied in partnership with us and with the other mobile support teams in the region. Each of the applying agencies received $1 million. And that's a little bit misleading. Some of that went to personnel and staffing, but what's been the great outcome is what's being developed through that program. It's a shared database of patient information. So one of the biggest challenges we face right now is individuals that are in crisis that get tied into certain services there's no handoff, there's no information sharing, and so individuals are starting over in every interaction. And this database is going to be shared within our county. It works with our healthcare providers in the region. So whether it's our team, the InterResponse team, SAFE team in Roanoke Park, a hospital, the crisis stabilization unit, everyone will be operating from the same patient care information. And it's a really part of that whole person care discussion that's been going on. And we're building out and partnering with the other mobile crisis teams with this grant funding towards that collective information sharing database. Measure O has contributed almost $1 million over the last few years. They've spaced those out over the last 2 years. And then earlier before this presentation tonight, we were able to display and share our second SAFE van that's going to be going into operations because it's very difficult to sustain one vehicle 24 hours a day. We now have 2 vehicles, but we secured the second vehicle completely with the HEAP grant funding. So that will help us ensure that our vehicles are always available and always in service. Next grant, or next page, please. So the program cost, I think this is almost as important, and I find it as such an accolade for the program is the fiscal responsibility we've demonstrated with this program. So EMS, public safety, crisis care is expensive, but our model has found a way to be not only nimble and flexible and adaptable, but also really frankly affordable. It is an hourly rate all in to run the van, staff it with personnel, $125 an hour. And I would tell you for the success I've seen and the value the team brings on any call for service, that is money well spent. Total in, the program's costing approximately $1 million a year, which again, we've really relied heavily on that grant funding to offset and mitigate much of those expenditures. We're also continuing to aggressively look and seek additional grant funding opportunities and community partnerships, especially with our local healthcare providers. And I think that's where Aziz spoke to the importance and the value of those diversions. There's a real value that we're providing to our healthcare partners on getting individuals that are in crisis, either averting crisis by intervening and giving them services before they're in full crisis, or by assisting on getting them to the resources that are more appropriate than necessarily just sitting in a hospital room waiting. We're also continuing to look for other federal and state grant opportunities. Next slide, please. So a little bit more on that. We've demonstrated success through other pilot programs that we're looking at incorporating through this, but the Sober Circle program has demonstrated and proven the model that we really built upon the framework of the SAFE team on diverting individuals that are in crisis, and that program's a serial inebriate program, onto the services and the long-term follow-up to getting them to be not in crisis and tied into the resources to help them be successful. That's just one of the 3 kind of components that really encompasses the entire SAFE team. SAFE is anticipated to reduce costs based on their resource availability. So we've estimated and seen that an emergency room visit costs a little bit over $4,000. So now when we talk about those 311 emergency room diversions multiplied by that, it is quickly surpassing over $1 million. We're estimating at about $1.3 million in savings that we're providing to the local healthcare. Next slide, please. So again, a lot of information on the city's website, the Petaluma People Services website, the phone number. Please share it, write it down. We don't know when you may need it, but the team will definitely be there, and you have our commitment that it'll be available resource to respond, and you will see the remarkable work that we've been watching happen in serving our community professionally over the last 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a great program and great presentation. Appreciate that. I'd like to offer the council a minute to question or comment on this. And for the public, any comment can be made during general public comment, which follows this immediately. So that's what those yellow cards are for. And anyone on council, Councilmember Pozeke.
Thanks. I just want to thank everyone involved with this because there's just nothing else like, well, I'm being too strong here maybe now, but it's the one program we have in the city that I've heard no complaints about.
Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I'll second the praise. It's really awesome to see. I really appreciate the partnership with our emergency services personnel and PPD and Petaluma People Services Center to make this happen. I've heard only good things too. My question is, with all the successes, what are some of the areas where you want to see, where you see opportunities to further improve and refine things?
Yeah, I think, one of the early things that we explored, and I'll probably let Aziz speak to more of the changes they've had internally, but this program initially didn't have a systems navigator, and we've been able to expand. And I think when we talk about that whole person care and continuation of care, of knowing who an individual is, knowing their needs and what the services they're either currently receiving or should be receiving, is so immensely helpful. Working in emergency services, it is, immensely challenging going to an unknown issue, not knowing the individuals and trying to problem solve. And so what better way than having a playbook, have information about those individuals, and then within the program, having someone who can follow up. The team has really been built to be more in the first responder model, but we quickly recognize that, while they're there and they've responded on day one, day two is almost and equally as important as day one, and that follow through piece.
Yeah, I agree. Our post-crisis navigator, she's bilingual Spanish, has been a very effective. It's given us an advantage. About this first 6 to 8 months, we didn't have our post-crisis navigator. We've seen a big difference since we've brought her in. Because, as a program, like Chief Miller said, we are first responders. We respond out. Our job is to de-escalate there, be there for the client in the moment, and spend as much time as needed. But eventually, we do have to go to the next call. So for those clients that do need a higher level of care or connection to resources that we can't give in the moment, and they're willing to engage in services, we can connect those clients directly with our post-crisis navigator.
More question. The $1.3 million in savings from the emergency room, are local medical providers recognizing those as real dollars and cents and being willing to help partner in funding this going forward?
Yeah, I think that clearly the conversations are ongoing, and we are really optimistic about that. Myself, Chief Savano, Elise, and members of the SAFE team have done numerous presentations, and I think we have definitely gotten acknowledgement, and I anticipate some level of commitment, and we're continuing to have those conversations and looking for other entities to share the benefit the team's bringing there, and I anticipate in the near future that there's going to be opportunities there. And I think the other bonus is the data just continues to improve month over month, and so it becomes an easier and easier discussion. And I think part of the value of the program, and while I emphasized a few times that we've called this a pilot, I think we're to the place that we're no longer calling it a pilot. We've proven the concept, we've demonstrated it, and we've seen other programs that have said, hey, we're going to provide this great team, we have no data to support it, please front load it with your financial commitment. And we haven't necessarily done that. We've found grants, we've bootstrapped the program, and now we've proven it, and it's pretty irrefutable what the value has been. And so that's the place in the conversation that I think we are. We continue and will continue to share the data in support of that. And again, I'm immensely optimistic about future funding opportunities and partnerships.
Great. Congratulations again to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shribs.
Again, thank you, and thank you for making this work. It's number one in the state that we're being looked at by many people. So as generally efficiency, we're showing that this is really a much more efficient system than what we had before. And we've done a financial analysis with the medical for the for the trips to the emergency room, but you also have there a number of trips reduced for the jail and number of ambulances rides that were also reduced, and many times number of police officers that did not have to show up. So have we done a similar, as we did with the medical, with the emergency room savings, have we done it a similar financial advantage to the city for, and at the county for those services also? Because I think it wasn't quite clear, but this is a, seems to be a service that's outside the city, not inside the city. And so it's a separate funded program, like we're operating, some cities have separate ambulances companies that operate their cities. Our ambulances are within our city. So is there, so how much cost savings is there to the city itself for this program?
Yeah, I'll attempt to answer that question. I would say that, you know, it's specific to jail diversions, there's a cost associated anytime we take someone to county jail, and we actually pay a fee to book someone. So reduction in taking individuals to the jail, we save to some extent by finding an alternative to them. And then the most important benefit is really our staff time. We've had challenges in the police department specifically with our available time of our officers. And so we've seen the value of this program be able to increase the available time so that they are in your neighborhoods. They are proactively patrolling in areas where they are looking to prevent crime. And I can't necessarily put a value on a prevented crime or when someone's not victimized or their house isn't broken into. But those are invaluable and priceless moments that the community of Petaluma is benefiting from this program.
So if we can do a cost house for the medical part, it was for the emergency room that we're saving them, could we even do a comparison of what we're doing for savings for our city to show that our city also has a huge financial benefit also? I would imagine much more than a couple $1 million total.
Yeah, I think clearly there's an immense value that far exceeds the cost of this program. And I think we're seeing that on a daily basis. My staff, we've had moments, we navigated the pandemic where the team had limited availability or there was a few hours hit or miss there. Or just over this past weekend, we had a mechanical issue with the only band currently that we had at the time. And, the anxiety that my staff now has when the resource isn't available, or what are we going to do if the SAFE team's not around? Like our police officers and our public safety officers through the city depend and rely and have a great working relationship with the SAFE team. They're in our police department. They come to our briefings. They're a member of the emergency response team, basically, is how we view the partnership. And so I don't have a direct value on what that benefit is, but I would say that it's well worth what the cost of implementation has been.
Imagine that if you look at the benefit versus cost ratios, like always look at financial pictures of actions and efficiencies, that we're looking at least maybe a 3-to-1, 3 times the benefit to the cost, maybe even up to possibly even 10 times. So extreme benefit from this program, not just a 1-to-1, not a $300,000 savings in medical, but we're talking about many millions of dollars savings and efficiency within our entire system. And these, as we're bringing forward now. Thank you.
Great point, Council Member Now.
Well, congratulations to everybody involved, and thanks for making Petaluma shine. My question is, how do we tell the public how to utilize that number? Because they're not always going to have that van in when they see a situation where they need to call that van. So how do we, I know we do a lot of social media, but not everybody's on social media. Do we put things in the water bill to educate people like this is the number to have handy? For instance, I witnessed something. I called the non-urgent number. I happened to be meeting the mayor. It was before I was on council. And I told him about this. He goes, oh, this is the number you need to call. You need to put it in your phone. But how do we educate the public so they know to utilize that number?
Sure. I think it's twofold, right? you're taking on a lot of responsibility to try to figure out where to go. The easiest thing to do, and again, like Aziz said, is our Public Safety Communications Center. They dispatch for the team, and the team is listening. They have our police radio. They hear all of our calls. They have a mobile data computer. They're seeing the information that our officers are responding to. When in doubt, just call into our comm center, and they will dispatch the team. The team will hear the team. We co-respond to a lot of events just because there's shared safety issues. But our role in those situations is to go, make sure it's safe, and the safe team then takes over. And if they say, hey, you guys are good to go, we clear the call and we go back into available patrol. So you can call 911, you can call the non-emergency line, or you can call the 781-1234 phone number. That phone number is connected still to our communications center. It will ask you, is this an emergency? You press 1, it goes right into a dispatcher like a 911 call does. If you press 2, it goes directly to the safe team's phone number that the team has out in the field. They just may be on a call at that moment, so we'd hate for it to be an emergency or a pressing issue that needs to be received. And it goes to their cell phone voicemail that they'd receive once they clear the call. Your call may be important than what they're on, but if it went to the comm center, they can hear the call and they can make that decision and then triage it themselves. And so again, I would just recommend call the communications center when in doubt if you can't remember the 781-1234 number. And then we're working with the city about not only within our own social media strategy and communications plan, but the city's plan to continually updating it. It's in the community monthly updates, and it's been in so for over the last year, where we're providing data updates, reaffirming the phone number, the contact number, and then the team's going to community events. They were at the fair recently. They come to National Night Out. They generally are always down in community events or special events, parades. You should be, I can't imagine many opportunities where individuals from the community have not seen the team. And then recently we also applied the phone number on the exterior of the van. So it's highly visible, highly readable. And so hopefully all those things. But again, community members, don't hesitate. Time matters. Please call 911 and we will definitely connect it with the team.
And if I may add, just one more thing on our end at PPSC, we are doing a big social media campaign and push, and we're getting a lot of photos out there. We're personalizing the team a lot. And like Chief Miller said, when the team is not on a call and there's downtime, they're doing proactive community engagement. So a lot of that is patrolling downtown, handing out waters, stopping into businesses, handing out business cards, and also doing presentations about the team to the local high schools as well. So it's a lot of proactive activity. You should see the van a lot.
Well, thank you. I just know that there's a lot of, and especially seniors, who don't have internet. They don't even know how to use the technology available to see the community updates, and maybe an insert in the water bill, which everybody opens when they get their mail. So just a thought, because not everybody is on the internet and connected to social media or emails or website information. So, but thank you.
Thank you.
That number again, if you're at home, is 781-1234. No,
707.
having a little fun with the 707 there. Okay, thank you very much. This one, I really appreciate the presentation. For me, this program ticks all the boxes of a stellar public program. I mean, it was initiated by the public, it was demanded by the public, and the city responded. It's efficient. We're always looking for ways to improve the cost effectiveness of city services. And best of all, it's compassionate care for our citizens. And so it checks all the boxes. Thanks to the whole team, and thanks for being here tonight. Thank you. Now we'll move to our general public comment for the evening. During public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council, time will be allocated in equal shares totaling no more than 20 minutes. And let's see, I have three cards so far. And let's see, I have more here. And then also, I'll ask the city clerk if we have any any comments submitted prior to the meeting, through the internet prior to the meeting.
Mayor, yes, we received 8 public comments prior to the meeting.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to ask our moderator to invite in the Zoom audience and have the 30-second clock run for them to put their hand up there. Please read that announcement.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I will start a 30-second clock for general public comment. Members of the public attending online should raise their virtual hand or press *9 if participating by phone. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. And now that 30 seconds have elapsed, and just searching for the number of hands raised, we have 3 virtual hands raised.
Thank you very much. 3 speakers from Zoom, and we have 6 cards. 6. So that's 9 total speakers, keeping it under 20 minutes. Will put us at 2 minutes per speaker. And I'd like to invite the people in the chamber to speak first. We'll follow with the Zoom calls. The first speaker will be John Hanania, and the second speaker shall be Richard Shafu.
How did I get so be lucky? The first one. Well, I don't know how pleasant this is going to be. The meeting before last, I told you about the total double standard and the democracy and hypocrisy and dictatorship. And after I told you about the modified vehicles, that's non-stop issue, I received an email June 12 from Ken Savano, and it was also sent to Peggy. Okay, I don't know if you guys received it. And basically, he's acknowledging that what I sent him, and I appreciate that, but the email's got serious problems. One, there's no truth to what he's saying about new vehicles and new employees, because I just shared pictures with Deputy Chief Brian Miller, pictures that I've sent to Ken Savano from 2 years ago, which is I sent to Dennis Posake and Brian Barnicle, which is don't depend on him for nothing, okay? And the same vehicles are still there even today. I even went down today and I showed all the picture to Nancy, the chief's assistant. So this problem, the same excuse all the time. Whenever it comes up, oh, it's a new employee. Oh, they need time. There is not a single violation. It's being committed by the public. It's not being committed by the staff, especially the HOV lane. I can't even begin to tell you how many times I've talked to them. Peggy, I've talked to you many times about I'm not getting anywhere with Brian Miller. When I was dealing with Captain Dave Sears, I didn't have to call him twice about an issue. When I was dealing with Deputy Chief Tara Salazzoni, I didn't have to talk to her twice. If your staff is not doing their job, who's to blame? Elected official who made fake promises? City manager who's supposedly giving direction and nobody listening? Or your police department? I get injection in my eyes, but I could see everything in the police department. These guys go in the parking lot every single day. Maybe they should need to go visit my doctor so he can give him injection.
Thank you very much. That's 2 minutes. Our next speaker is Richard Shafu, I believe, to be followed by Peter Cherneff.
Your Honor, 53 years ago, I received my PhD from the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor in water and energy conservation. Since that time, I made it crusade to do so. Somebody come to my house. They see 3 huge tank of, each of them 1,000 gallon water. I collect the city water, what they call the rainwater for emergency use and so on. Unfortunately, 3 weeks ago, right after the meter, the pipe broke, and we didn't know that. 6:30 in the morning, a nice gentleman from city Petaluma by the name of Dan Gambononi came. He said, you have a major leak and you need to go see. We're going to shut the things. We wouldn't have known that we had water leak because the water pumps 210 feet from the water meter to the 3 tanks. He said, go talk to Sue Simmons, we'll take care of it. It was total waste of time. She comes in, he said, I give you $450. Go talk to city manager, waste of time. With my condition, I had to make a few three trips to come see her, and finally, after 12 days, he sent me bureaucratic paperwork. My water bill every month should be, if you look at historically, $70, not $1,400. I request to give me credit and put them.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired.
Thank you. The 2 minutes is up. Our next speaker is Peter Cherniff, to be followed by Catherine Babowski.
Good evening. Petaluma, the greatest little city in the world, and I've been working with some assistance on my anger issues. And so I'll tell you a story about how I left my garden with my friend. She's 82 years old, named Karen. She's a weaver. I try to keep myself in good company. She wove the outfit that Yoda wore for Star Wars. And we went down to the library just in time to see a large van being hauled away by 5 cop cars and 4 little puppies having been taken away, and my friend Ember Rose sent to jail, who was getting straight A's at the SRJC, had a problem with a professor. I went to the court. I told the judge, Larry Ornell, what I thought out loud. And Ember Rose was a very nice person. And I'm just told by the police chief that there's no sanctioned parking for people with vehicles at night. And so she went through a lot of stuff, had everything stolen away. She did nothing wrong from what I was given to understand. And she was... And here's my problem with the anger. With the SAFE team and the law enforcement talking about how wonderful they are, they don't seem to mention Ember Rose, the lady that burned herself alive out of frustration because she was pushed around and pushed around and pushed around. All right, so actually, to be honest, I'm pissed at this attitude. And some people will point at the politicians, sometimes will point at the cops or the SAFE team or what have you, but the reality is it's all of our fault and we need to wake up. Yesterday, all right, this state of California has more religions than anyone else. And yet, as it's been said by someone, that no man will admit it, but we are the Antichrist in absolute denial. And the last part I'll talk about is this church over there, Victory Outreach, picking on the gay community. And, you know, to all of us, I would say to be as gods, act as gods, not a bunch of silly sods. The religions have done a great job at misrepresenting the truth in the word. And that they are causing a lot of the issues.
Thank you
you,
very
Mr.
much.
Cherniff.
Your 2 minutes has run. And our next speaker is Catherine Babowski, to be followed by Bob Hanson.
Yes, my name is Catherine Babowski. I live at the Littlewoods Villa Mobile Home Park at 1821 Lakeville Highway, Space 31. The Petaluma policeman has been allowing this guy, Space 11, to break in my fence, brand new wooden fence, with vehicle license plate 9CHY159 since March 17, and he broke it again yesterday. And also, too, the park owners, Harmony Community, is charging me twice for rent increase. It's starting on August 1st and again September 11th. That's illegal. And also, too, because by law, they're supposed to do it once a year. And they're sending this out to the residents. Karen, Supervisor, Councilmember Karen now made a copy of this, or a picture of it. And also, too, the Petaluma Police Department does not have an internal affairs department. I got evidence of this. And by law, they're supposed to have a police internal affairs department. And also, too, the police department does not respond. There was people shooting off illegal fireworks on the east side. Several times they almost hit my place by the school area. The police department never showed up. They were doing it till July 6th at 11:15 p.m. nonstop. And I'm asking you also too, and also too, online, the park, when they said they might close the park, whatever, down, and they have online, they're at the park, Harmony Community, is selling a house, solid steel house, solid, we call stationary house, to the ground, selling it. And once a person buys that house, that home, 2-story, they're going to be renting the space to them. They can't do that. What are they going to do with the other residents? So that's also illegal by law. They can't do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bob Hanson, to be followed by Nina Zato.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Robert Hanson. To everybody, I wish the very best in health and spirit. 12 years ago, a pedophile got a hold of my 12-year-old grandson. When I read what he was posting to my 12-year-old grandson, what he was asking my 12-year-old grandson to do, I immediately contacted Petaluma Police Department. Together with the Los Angeles County Police Department, they had that man offline within 5 days. I will forever be indebted to our police department for their quick action. Whether that man was contacting other kids, I got no idea, because as the complainant, I couldn't get his name, couldn't get his address, wouldn't give it to me. We have a state representative, Wiener, out of San Francisco, introduced a bill in Sacramento to reduce the crime of pedophilia from a felony to a misdemeanor, punishable by a ticket, and it passed. We've got a governor who wants to turn the state of California into the national destination for abortion, up to and including birth. The national destination for child, gender, indoctrination, and surgery without parent consent. Those are his words, not mine. I'm here to see if my city council supports this. If you do, we have a problem. If you don't, let's be the first city in the state of California to say no. We will not subject our kids to this. It's time we protect our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Nina Zato.
Council, community, Nina Zito. I'm interested to see on the agenda tonight is a resolution declaring weeds to be a nuisance, but no recognition of the nuisance, and not just general sort of public nuisance that the weeds are, that the fact that removing those weeds is a public health hazard, the noise involved. And I'm super interested that with all our progress and development, there's been almost a conscious ignorance, a disingenuous ignoring of the sonic attendance to all of this progress, all this growth, all this weed whacking. Now, may I just say that when we move forward with all our growth and progress, that we consider what it's like to live here. And some of us have been here for a while. Some of us, like Ms. Now, have been here longer than others. but some of us remember that we came here because it was quiet, not because it sounded like backup beeps and FedEx trucks coming and rumbling. I think we should pay more attention to the noise because that's making people nuts, which requires safe teams, which requires people to come here and mouth off like idiots. Thank you for your concern, compassion, and attention to these issues that shape our future. I'm here because I care about right now, but I respect what we were before. And I think sometimes we've forgotten what that was. Let's not anymore, please.
Thank you very much. Let's move to our Zoom audience and have our moderator bring those parties in.
Yes, thank you. The first speaker is Zahira. Please unmute yourself and begin your public comment.
Yeah, this is Zara Garcia. I just want to call out that what you just heard was anti-LGBTQ rhetoric that we have been hearing over and over again. I'm hoping that the next time you understand and know how to stop that, because that was pretty ridiculous. Anyways, my comment for tonight is about the SAFE team, and I second what Councilmember Posake said, which was there were no complaints. I just wanted to give them kudos because of that anti-LGBTQ rhetoric. The Coppersfield bookstore has been, sent out flyers and cards by neo-Nazis, and the employees were feeling unsafe. So they reached out to me to ask, well, what can they do? Luckily, we have a SAFE team who, has actually done the job in checking in, which I am greatly appreciative of. I think that's very much needed. It's what we need to continue to invest in. The other thing that I had a question about SAFE was if they're going to provide any sort of breakdown in demographics of are these what these calls are based off of, because I think location would be ideal of knowing where the need is most in terms of our Spanish speakers, if they're going to need additional services. So that was just it on my comment. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Sheila B. Please unmute yourself and begin your public comment.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I just want to just give my appreciation for Councilmember Shrib's request that we have Indigenous Peoples Day. We stand on the land of the Coast Miwok. And the traditional Coast Miwok people will tell you that before we came, this land was managed a lot better than we have even thought it ever could be. I hope that, like so many cities and even the county and the Bay Area that have Indigenous Peoples Day around Columbus Day for sure, that hopefully we can do this as well. And again, to Dr. Councilmember Shribs, thank you so much for bringing it up. Let's work on this. And I just like the excellent leadership of the Black community that looks to their elders for the wisdom. And that's the way the Coast Miwok and all Indigenous people also lead by leadership of their elders. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak again. I am so much for this Indigenous Peoples Day proclamation. Hopefully it happens. And again, thank you, Councilmember Shribs. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Susan Kirks. Please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Thank you, and good evening. Since I only have 2 minutes, I had a couple of topics I wanted to talk about, but I think it's important this evening to support and lift up the members of the public who come to your meetings, City Council, who take the time to either physically attend or come to attend by Zoom. I, as a member of Petaluma, a resident, I really understand the time and energy it takes from your lives to come and give public input, especially those of you who point out some of the very serious deficiencies of our city government. Many of us are reviewing the grand jury report, and I really appreciate whomever the complainants were who put together that particular inquiry so that we can shine a light on the type of changes that we may need here in Petaluma. I'd like to particularly acknowledge John Hanania, who comes and gives input about honesty and asks questions. Taryn Obaid, who frequently analyzes issues and gives very significant input to your meetings. Darren Rakusen, who is very intelligent and is interested in the kinds of things I'm interested in, including environmental protection and transparency and honesty in government. I'd also like to thank the many people who reached out to me after your June meeting where appointments were made to committees and commissions. I really appreciate the support, and I definitely did want to continue serving on the Measure U Oversight Citizens Oversight Committee, and I appreciate Councilmember Posick.
Thank you. Your time has expired. And Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Thank you very much. That brings to conclusion the general public comment period for the evening, and I'd like to turn to council comments, and we'll start with Councilman Shribs tonight. Or you can pass.
Okay, so first up, being it is summertime, a couple of the meetings did get canceled, so I wasn't able to attend them because they didn't happen. That was, and one is for the North Bay Water Agency did not meet. The water recycling did not meet. And the next one up for Ag and Open Space in July is not going to be meeting. So summertime is here, so folks are absent and the quorums are not being met. But that's, I guess, good. Folks are taking a break for a little while. However, at the last Ag and Open Space meeting in June, I have some good news on that. They are working, they have 25 active projects that are in the process of either proposals or acquisitions that they're working on. There's, of those, 12 are in active acquisition properties, because I know we all give monies over to Ag and Open Space. And so things are rolling very quickly. It's been quiet the last couple of years, but things are rolling quickly and additions are being made. One of the big ones is Chandler Ranch on the coast, and that's nearing the final stages of acquisition, and that'll become part of Ag and Open Space for a year and then turned over to county parks. And then there is a new recent program they put together called Matching Grants, whereas cities can put in requests for monies. And turns out of all the cities that put in requests for urban open space, turns out Petaluma Bounty was their number one choice as far as ranking. So we did a good job of application. And I'm on the advisory board, not the actual full board. So from the advisory board also got support, and of the 8 projects that were submitted, we supported 6 of them, and we fully supported the $2 million support for Petaluma Bounty to purchase the land, which is just to be a partial monies to go to the purchase of the land, because apparently a developer has come in and made an offer for that property in the many millions of dollars, and so we're trying to bypass that and get the land purchased through Petaluma People Services and Petaluma Bounty, and support that so that we could continue to do our bounty work, our agriculture and services work that is being done there. So that's a good thing that's happening, and hopefully we can get our county supervisors or also the board of directors there to continue that support. So if those folks could either write in or attend or look at that when that comes up on the agenda for the actual Ag and Open Space board or for the supervisors when it comes to their calendar, it'd be nice to support that request that's gone through. So hopefully that's $2 million request. Hopefully we'll continue on through. Then on other meetings, I did attend the Blue Zone, as did many of us up here, the kickoff meeting, and it's really going to be very wonderful for our community, and it ties in very well with everything else that we're doing with 15-minute communities, with what the Daily Acts are doing. And which reminds me that at Daily Acts, I attended a recent meeting with them. They have grant monies from Land Resiliency. And so besides doing all the water conservation work that they're doing, which they have grants for, there's some new grants, and they're going to have probably close to 100 projects within our city is what the goal is for water and energy conservation and land resiliency, and trying to go into our new mode of how we can be more resilient in the future, get more gardening going in backyards, more trees in neighborhoods and the like. So lots of things are going to be happening there with Daily Acts. That's a good thing. I talked to the friends of the Schollenberger Park, and they informed me that the Dutra asphalt plant is back in we're back in the battle again, because Dutra wants to create an asphalt plant. They've changed the plans, and they're going to the county using various legal means. So just to be aware that that battle is going to be continuing. And we have supported the Friends of the Schollenberger Park in the past for to not have the Dutra asphalt plant right at our Baden Harbor City. So anyway, that is upcoming. There'll be more in the news and more coming at you about that topic later on. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Councilmember Pozake?
Don't have much to report tonight. Let me just give a shout out, though, to the young ladies that helped push through our SAFE program back 3 years ago. That's all I have.
Well-warranted shout out, yes. Councilmember Now.
Well, thank you. The Sonoma Marin Fair was a huge success this year, and it did not disappoint. The Ugly Dog Contest got Petaluma on national TV. So if you missed it, it was so much fun. And it has attention for Petaluma throughout the world. People from all over were saying that they saw it in Netherlands and England, and they saw it on the news. So puts Petaluma on the map. As the liaison to the Parks and Recs, our Petaluma's 4th of July fireworks was another huge success. And it was a half an hour long, and it had high elevation fireworks, but I think you could see it throughout Petaluma. I think wherever you were, if there wasn't a building or a tree foliage blocking your way, you could see it really well. And a thank you to the fire and police for their quick response time for those concerned about illegal fireworks. Personal fireworks are illegal. And the police department received 65 calls. There were 27 responses to those calls, and 7 citations were issued. I would love to see the police calls broken down per district. My neighborhood, District 3, still this week, up till last night, we heard fireworks going off between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m. And it will startle you out of your dead sleep. So I don't know how we stop these illegal fireworks that are happening even after the 4th of July, but I really commend the police and fire for doing their best to catch these criminals. Another huge thank you to our Parks and Recs, and I was very glad to give the proclamation out. They did the community survey on what Petaluma wanted to see on the 4th of July, and they listened to them, and they provided a wonderful event during the day at Lucchese Park, and then the fireworks in the evening. Finding out what the public wants and delivering is what we're here for. If we don't know what you want, without you telling us, we don't know how to provide it. So the SAFE team was a great example of that. Another community survey I wanted to mention is for residents who take public transportation, and they want public input. How are the routes? How is the service? what would you like to see? And this is for all public transportation, not just Petaluma. And the website for the survey is wayfing.mtc.ca.gov. So you can, MTC, Petaluma Transit, you can go find that survey and tell them what your needs are as a passenger in public transportation. Yesterday's Downtown Art and Garden Festival was a huge success, and it's always a great place to hear music. My son was there. My mother was there with her bees, educating the community on pollination. I'm proud of that. Anyway, upcoming events. Our art center will have an art books fundraiser. They're collecting art books, and that's this weekend, Friday and Saturday from 12 to 4 at our art center to raise money. I'm the liaison to the Downtown Association and the Visitor Centers. This is why I always give these save the dates. Our Movies in the Park is showing Back to the Future at Lucchese Park on Friday, July 14th. I'm also the liaison to the Airport Committee, and they're having their display day on Saturday. It's the third Saturday of the month, and Two Niner Diner is going to open probably by September. There's just a couple little hurdles. Our Arts Alive will be at downtown Thursday next week on the 20th from 5 to 8. And our Rivertown Revival will be Saturday and Sunday, July 22nd and 23rd. While the Sonoma County Fair is going on, we always have our sidewalk sales with there's great bargains. And that's on the 27th through the 29th of July downtown. And the 29th, Saturday, is our Petaluma Music Festival, which all the money raised goes to our schools and keeping music in our schools. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's my reports.
Thank you very much. And now, to my right, our Vice Mayor, Janice Kidder Thompson, will be brought in through Zoom and allowed to speak.
Thank you very much. I just want to just give a kudos to the SAFE team. I've seen them in action, and I am very impressed. And I want to thank Councilmember Posake for talking about the young women that continue coming to the meetings, pushing the CAHOOTS model, and it's been very successful. I was at the Sonoma County Groundwater Sustainability meeting, and the city of Petaluma is receiving $6.5 million grant for recycled water use. The Planning Commission, I was at that the past meeting. We had a workshop on the Skinnell project, and it was a much better presentation this time. Still a ways to go, but at least they listened to our comments last time around. The Sonoma County Transportation Authority, there was a poll out for a climate measure, and it will not be going on the ballot. The polling for the tax was well below the 66% needed. And also I did 3 proclamations. 2 local young men received their Eagle Scout. One was Drew Bugby and Everett Sprague. Councilmember John Shribs was at the event for Drew Bugby, and I believe that they planted maybe 50 trees together. And it was on the Casa Grande campus, and Dr. Shribs or John can correct me if I'm incorrect. And so that was really nice to go to 2 different Eagle Scout presentations and seeing, they were very much similar, but different. And it was really great seeing these young men moving on in their lives. And I also attended and read a proclamation for July 4th bell ringing at our historic museum. And that was obviously on July 4th. My grandson Sam was with me. And I love that he's learning the value of community service. Council members Healy, Shribs, and Posake were also in attendance. And I saw retired Councilmember Dave King was also in the crowd. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. I can keep this pretty short. I didn't have any liaison meetings. I wanted to commend staff on a great fireworks show on the 4th of July. We always watch it from Penry Park. Penry Park was absolutely packed and everyone was very happy. So that was great to get back to that one piece of normality. And let's keep that going forward. A couple of people are aware of this, but the rest of the group is not. I did reach out to staff at Sonoma County Transportation Authority regarding a missing city limit line sign on northbound Highway 101 at the Petaluma River Bridge, and the word back is that Caltrans has got it in their shop and they're going to replace it at no cost to us. So that'll be nice. People coming through will know they're in Petaluma once again. And then this Thursday and Friday, I'll be at a Board of Directors meeting for the League of California Cities in Orange County, so I'll report back next time on what mischief Sacramento is up to these time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Well, I appreciate the council members who have ceded their time because I've had 5 liaison assignments and numerous things to report out on. We had our PBAC meeting on Tuesday of this week. We appointed a new chair, Nicole Camarda, and vice chair, Marja Tar. Marja Tar also will be representing the city of Petaluma on the Sonoma County Transportation Authority Citizens Advisory Council. We also formed 2 new ad hoc committees, one to contribute to the active transportation plan and sifting through the public feedback that we get on the interactive map, which is on the city's website now. So you can go on to the city's website and identify sections of road and projects and things like that, and just sort of be providing really sort of place-based feedback to the city. And the second one focused on communications and community engagement. I had my Sonoma Clean Power Board meeting. A lot of good news coming out of that meeting. Even with electricity rates that are 5% below PG&E, we're on track to achieve our reserve targets by our next board meeting. That's 6 months ahead of when we were supposed to. It was supposed to be over a 10-year period, and we're at 9.5 years, and we're going to be exceeding our reserve targets. And our rates are lower than PG&E's. So pretty exciting stuff there. One of our local nonprofits, Rebuilding Together, received a small grant from Sonoma Clean Power to do some energy efficiency and electrification work in mobile homes in Petaluma for people on fixed income. And probably the most interesting update right now is PG&E short on cash, and they have a lot of capital projects that they need to be funding, whether it's undergrounding lines, connecting new buildings to the grid, all those different things. And it's been showing up in a few different ways. They actually asked the city of San Jose for a $100 million loan. Kind of interesting. They're looking for a $7 billion federal loan, and they're trying to sell off a minority share of their organization. And the CCA Industry Association and all of the CCAs, in large part led by the Sonoma Clean Power CEO Jeff Cyphers, has been basically trying to demonstrate to the state of California that the CCAs and therefore the state of California actually have the financial means to take over PG&E's assets. Because if they were to sell to a hedge fund, that hedge fund's going to be looking for like a 30% return on that investment, and that's not going to look good for us ratepayers. So that was it's an interesting current event to keep an eye on. The Bay Area Air Quality Management District Board met twice. Not too much to report out on that, except for a couple of regulations were submitted to the state implementation plan for non-attainment, which is something that probably maybe Eric knows something about, maybe Mike, but essentially it's a series of regulations to bring us closer to our air quality goals, especially for the most polluted parts of the Bay Area. And then locally here, was at Bands on the Basin this weekend. That was a great turnout. It was a lot of fun to see people out on the water, see the float house rocking, if you will. This week, I believe on Wednesday, we have a meeting about the new skate park, another community meeting. Absolutely double down, triple down on the fireworks display. It was fantastic. Something that I learned also recently is that SMART had its largest week of ridership since it started operations, and that is because they started fare-free transit for youth. Right now, all of the buses in Sonoma County and in Petaluma and SMART, they're all free for students, and so I think we should be promoting that more because it's summer, kids can get out and get around and have a lot of independence, and it's free. Something coming up, Petaluma Music Festival on July 29th. All proceeds go to keeping music in Petaluma City schools. So get your tickets for that. There's a great lineup, and there's opportunities to volunteer and whatnot. And then the final thing, on Saturday, I went to the Sonoma County Conservation Action Awards Gala, and there was a couple of local awards given out. One to our former mayor, Teresa Barrett, for a Lifetime Achievement Award. For all of her work in environmentalism and conservation and her commitment to public service. And the second one was actually to Councilmember Cater Thompson, who's here, and she got the Upstream Swimmer Award. And that is an award that's patterned after the salmon who swim upstream and fight upstream. And it's for a lifetime of fighting for her values, the environment, and the people she represents. And whether you find yourself on one side of the aisle or the other with Janice, you know that she's fighting for what she believes in. And, you know, it's sort of fitting tonight to have the mobile home park ordinance on because 5 of the 7 mobile home parks in Petaluma are in Janice's district. And when I was running in 2020, when she didn't even think she was going to be running, she was telling me I needed to be working on this and that this needed to get done. And so it's fitting to have it on here and to be able to recognize her this weekend. And so I just want to say thank you to Janice for 40 years of fighting for her values and what she believes in. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Two very well-deserved honors, and a great reflection on Petaluma and their efforts in Petaluma. And my liaisons have been sparse during this July. I did want, since it's Park and Recreation night, I want to recognize the Park and Rec Department for initiating at their Movies in the Park the bike valet program that they rang up a local group, Bike Petaluma, who does this service, and they initiated. So I'd love to see staff initiation. I think Petaluma has done so well on so many fronts. And with that, I'd like to pass to the city manager for comments.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and community. I'll make it quick given the hour. I just want to acknowledge that Studios at Montero, our 60 units of permanent supportive housing, we will be celebrating the opening of those 60 units as well as welcoming 60 Petaluma residents home. So that'll happen this Thursday from 11:45 to 1 p.m. at the Studios at Montero on Montero Way here in Petaluma. And that concludes my comments.
Another great program Petaluma is doing. I mean, we're doing a lot of really good stuff. This is great. So moving to the consent calendar, before we delve into that, I'd like to invite the city attorney, Eric Danley, to make an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick note and apology. I think it's corrected now on the website, but there were a couple errors in the resolution attached to the agenda item proclaiming the termination of the local emergency proclamation regarding the New Year's flooding event in 2023. So item 1 of the action items in the resolution, there's a reference to January 3, 2024 that's corrected to be to 2023. And in item 3 of the action items in the resolution, there was a reference to March 9 that's been corrected to January 9. And so I believe that those corrections have already been made, but if the council in acting on the consent calendar would do so with those corrections, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Correction so noted. And with that, I'd like to open public comment on the consent calendar. There are 8 items on the consent calendar. And I'd like to ask the city clerk if we have received any comments online.
Yes, Mayor McDonald, we received 3 public comments on the consent calendar, all related to item 5 prior to the meeting. Those are posted online with the agenda packet.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to, and I have 2 cards here for item 8, and I'd like to check with our Zoom audience. Will the moderator make the announcement?
Yes. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Members of the public attending online who wish to speak to an item on the consent calendar should raise their virtual hand or press star 9 if participating by phone. And we have 3 virtual hands at this time.
Thank you very much.
Actually 4.
And we're closing it at 4, correct? And so
I don't know if we can close it. Is that?
yes, I believe that closing
Okay.
is our proper protocol.
Okay, then we're
And-
closing it at 4.
And so I'd like to start with our in-house speakers. I have a card from Robert Hanson to be followed by Peter Cherneff. Robert Hanson. Is Robert in the house? He left. Okay, thank you. Then, Peter, you are next up.
Okay, so regarding the weeds, I was outside meditating a little bit and I got a message from Luther Burbank. And he said, regarding weeds, if we embrace 1,000 new gardens with work and food for all, the best work and best food for all, the weeds may just simply vanish because there's too many gardens. And I believe that the veterans would certainly like to see a lot of victory gardens, which I think we should have another 1,000 of those. And regarding the concept of weed abatement, I have put forth many times, and I'll do it again, living cactus fences, because they are a food, flower, and fruit source. They are a firewall. They're an erosion control. And I foresee hundreds, if not thousands of miles of living cactus fences and opportunities for those seeking work, including the homeless. So it could work out very well, and you're the people that can make this happen along with others. So I hope that you embrace this with more attitude and input. So regarding the weed of greed, instead of the blame game, perhaps we all need to step up. Haven't we had enough of wars never ending, ongoing abuse of women and children? Are we finally prepared to pull the weed of greed out of the American garden?
Peter, I'm gonna interrupt there and ask that it be just on the weed topic. That
It's on the weed. I just said the weed of garden.
using the
weed,
word
the weed
as
of
an
greed.
association.
Of course, that's everything to do with us.
So it
And what's
has-
happening is, I'm going to probably get 2 more minutes, I think, now, but I'm hoping that,
think-
that we can all do better with gardens in general.
Right.
And so, it is my sincerest hope that if I can assist with anybody with gardens, I have 2 or 3 gardens. I think there should be greenhouses full of gardens everywhere for every school. And like I said, you drive around, you see all these weeds in these fields. I was in Europe as a child once, and there were no such things. There were sunflowers, hundreds of miles of sunflowers. And we can have all this sort of thing happening here. We are in Luther Burbank's hometown. And so it is that gardening is probably the healthiest therapeutic thing that we can do. Luther Burbank created the cactus varieties that are very, very edible, very healthy. And the concept of actually pulling weeds there should be an offer for people that are needing work or that are in the homeless department needing work, should be able to participate in something like that. I hope that you take that to heart. And I'm going to wish you all a very good evening. And if you haven't tried any cactus, look up cactus recipes and try some. They're better raw than cooked. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move to our Zoom audience now.
bathroom. He's a veteran. He's going to the bathroom.
Bob, this is your moment if you wish to speak on the item.
Robert Hanson, vet, retired carpenter, grandfather, with 3 granddaughters who've gone through Meadow School. 6 years ago, Mrs. Becker, the then principal, and I decided if the common lawns had no weeds, they would not spray Roundup. For months, after 5 o'clock till dark, I pulled weeds. The answer isn't chemicals. Our earth, our water, our air is saturated with poisons. The answer is pull the weeds. You wait for a rain or you wet them and you pull them by hand. That ends the problem. Like I said, I spent months pulling weeds on the common lawn at Meadow. Walked in one day at 5 o'clock and here was a guy pulling out with his full hazmat and his chemicals. They still sprayed, but thankfully the next year Roundup was outlawed on our schools, our parks, our water dams, our public roads. Put these people to work. Pull those weeds. That's the answer. You pull the roots, you end the weed problem. The answer is not more poison. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to our Zoom audience.
Okay, our next speaker is Zahira. Please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Yes, this is Zyra. Asking to please remove item 5 from the consent calendar. AB 481 deserves to have a proper community discussion. As decision makers, you get to ask the questions and really engage and be responsive to our community to uplift community's interest in safety and equity. In an ideal world, you could reject this policy and PPD will have to cease its use of any military equipment, but that's not where we are right now. Where we are today is that you approved the policy and within the year, PPD publishes their annual report and submit to the council. PPD then must have a community meeting, which May 4th felt more like a display rather than an opportunity for community to ask questions. Who's going to feel safe asking an officer about maintenance costs? As part of the annual process, you as a governing body need to hold another public hearing to review what you learned from the annual report and review what you passed in that ordinance and decide what changes are needed and what you will do next. We don't want a general and ambiguous reporting. We want transparency. So questions to think about is, how does this actually improve public safety? Who was impacted, if any? If so, what can you change to prevent future impacts? What is our community losing out on because of this investment in militarization? How much time did PPD personnel spending on and maintaining equipment? Or, what has the opportunity cost to our community? There are a number of requirements laid out in the state law around cost. Cost data needs to be part of the annual report. Alameda's PD's annual report is a really good example of how they broke down their personnel costs. Berkeley's PD's report has mapped out every incident where military equipment was used and gave a short description of incidents, and naming the purpose of its use is also important. Lastly, we should restrict mutual aid and adding a mutual aid clause into the policy to any relevant military equipment. Again, great examples. Rather than saying that we better have military equipment and not need it than to need it and not have it, but that completely sidesteps how all the financial investment into having equipment that's not needed and how it diverts away from what our community needs instead. I could go on and on and on about this AB 481, which is why you need to pull it so that we have appropriate discussion on it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Zyra, for your comment. Our next speaker is Isaiah Gonzalez. Please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Isaiah Gonzalez. I want to start by prefacing my comment with absolute love and admiration for our police department and the work that they do. I am very grateful for their presence in this community, having received direct services from them. I ask that we please remove item 5 from the consent calendar for the previous mentioned reasons. They do deserve a thorough discussion with the community for the things that we've seen through news cycles, especially over the past few years. I think it's very important that we apply critical thinking and analysis to why local police departments need access to military equipment. My concerns and thoughts come from someone as a longtime resident of Petaluma, as well as being a United States Marine Corps veteran myself. I will be the first to say that I was never deployed to a combat zone and that I served my entire enlistment in San Diego. However, the nature of my job being a flight equipment survival technician is that when we expect war, we react differently. And so I look at the commitment that I made to the country in expecting that at any point in time I needed to be combat ready and that I could be sent overseas if necessary. That the commitment I made through that oath is very different than the one that our local police officers take by engaging in education and the investment that they make in their lives and their service to our communities, that they should be focused on community policing and not preparing, not investing time and resources into learning how to become drone pilots, especially when a local experiencing DV can't request a police standby to vacate their household and gather belongings for any more than 15 minutes when our police force is spread that thin already. I could go on about the resources and the funding that we put toward, the fiscal plan to end homelessness and how $57,000 isn't enough for a full-time employee staffed at the Mary Potts Isaac Center. But, those are just places where we could be better spending our money. And I think that we should treat this with love and concern for our local police force. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Ellen Obstler. Please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Hi there. I want to echo what Zaira and Isaiah just asked for about pulling item 5 from the consent calendar. I also urge council to really look carefully at what Jim Duffy wrote, who is really has a lot of experience with AB 481 with his group NACOL. I also want to add to my written comment, because it seems like the fact that tonight this is on AB 481, which the legislature said is supposed to be a community input process to militarization of our police, and that it's on the consent calendar is pretty much unacceptable. And when the legislature did this, it wanted community input, and it should not really be relegated ever to a consent calendar, but especially because tonight we're going to be hearing on the last item of the calendar about storage costs, which again, I asked in my written comment about how much it's costing to store these, especially these huge tanks that we have. That's not in our current report. I think there's a lot of questions that the annual report left open. And also that we know that we're coming back on August 7th to be talking about the unmanned aerial and ground vehicles. I really urge the council, pull this item off consent calendar. Let's have a discussion, whether it's tonight, whether it's August 7th, when we have more information about the storage costs, et cetera. That would be terrific. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jim Duffy. Please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Mayor McDonald, members of the City Council, my name's Jim Duffy. I live in Rohnert Park. Thank you for taking my comments. I find it very disappointing that nobody has asked, or no member of the council has asked to have item 5 pulled from the consent calendar to have a full community discussion. I'm not an attorney, but it is my understanding of the law as a layman that if you pass this as it's written and accept this report, you will be violating AB 481 because the costs that are reflected in this report are simply replacement costs. And you are not talking about personnel costs and training and maintenance and repairs and storage like Ellen mentioned. And all the other things that you are supposed to have included in the cost analysis per the language of AB 481, as I understand it. Also, my memory is last year, a lot of members of the City Council were very on board with requesting from the police department that the annual report include the demographic information of the community members who were subject to the use of military equipment, because one of the main reasons that this law got passed was concerns in some quarters that military equipment is primarily used against brown and black community members. And the chief at the time was on board with that. And this report does not do that. So I'm confused by the backsliding by the council and the police department. And I'm just asking you to rectify it. And thank you very much for taking my comments.
Thank you for your comment. Mayor, there are no more speakers.
Thank you very much. And we'll close public comment on that and back to the council. And we will move to the roll call vote.
Is there a motion?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mayor, I just noticed that our vice mayor has her hand raised remotely.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the vice mayor.
Yeah, I have actually all day long been wrestling with this, with agenda item number 5. I feel like as a new council member, I don't have enough information. And I don't know if AB 481 is violating the law. But I really do think I would prefer to hear the August 7th, because that's on UAS and UGV, which is an unmanned ground vehicles and unmanned aerial system, which is drones. And I just feel like this all kind of ties together. And I'm a little confused why we're not hearing this information, why it's just on the consent calendar. And so I just want to let the council know that maybe we should have more of a conversation, and that can start on August 7th, so we can get questions answered. I did talk with the chief of police today. I did reach out to the city manager on this one, and I am very uncomfortable supporting it tonight until we have a little bit more of a discussion. That's it.
Thank you very much, and thanks for catching that. I did not see any council person with their hand up, let alone the one in Zoom. Councilmember Posick.
Yeah, I'm sorry too, Mayor, because I meant to ask this to be pulled. I was waiting for you to ask if anybody wanted to pull anything, and I didn't hear. I thought you were going to do that later, and but maybe I had a seizure at the time. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that was the prior to going to public comment when that happened. But yes, and Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, similarly, I was sort of like waiting for the proper time to ask, because there's actually 3 items that I would like to either be able to make more comments on, hear from staff more. So item 5 was definitely one of those. Well, we've already heard the requests and why. So
This
yes,
is
I would
that
agree.
moment now where we're back on council, and if there's a question, now is the moment.
Okay. Then on number 7, talk about the flags.
Seems
And
like
I just,
the mayor was trying to pull a fast one.
okay. anyway, so there's both 7 and 8 then. I think 5 has already been discussed already. But on number 7, on the Juneteenth flag for the, we have policies for displays, but I didn't quite see the actual policy or what we're actually doing in the written comments or the report on that. So I'd like to just hear a little bit more of what is our flag policy and what is the length of time that we will be flying the flag.
So that's a question to staff.
And that's sorry, I was scrolling around to get ready to answer the question. So regarding the flag policy, that's a reference to a policy that was adopted in 2022. And the purpose of it, as we note in the staff reports, to establish guidelines for the display of flags in city facilities. It's basically a policy sort of similar to what we've done for other government speech activities, like the crosswalk on Kentucky and like the Black Lives Matter street murals that were done in front of the library. It provides for a way for the council to designate that that's speech of the council as the local government and not creation of a public forum that would require potentially competing messages and open that up. So that's what that policy did. And the policy, when it was enacted, basically provided a framework for the council to add flags in addition to the ones that were already addressed in the policy, which included the pride flag and the POW MIA flag. And so I think we attached that. Let me see. So the resolution that was included with the package would update that list to include the Juneteenth flag. So that's sort of that's the thumbnail sketch, but I'd be happy to answer if there are further questions.
Yeah. When we put up the flag, will we be putting it for 1 day, 1 week, or 1 month, or longer? What is the time period we will be in time span there?
I can answer that. We have in June, we have the pride flag up all month, and until we're able to get, and right now, currently, we have the American flag and the pride flag, and until we can get a flagpole that allows us to put all 3 flags, it's probably going to be taking down the pride flag and putting up the Juneteenth flag on Juneteenth.
The resolution, the package would provide authorization to fly it for the month of June.
A flag month of June. Okay, and since still probably be, so we have the U.S. flag, California flag, maybe Petaluma flag, and some of these other flags. So how many flags can we hold on our flagpoles at any one time, and how many flagpoles could handle this additional flag? Just so we know how far extending this is going to be throughout the city.
So we need to observe the federal state rules that apply to flying of the U.S. flag and the California flag. And other than that, it's those we do not control and need to honor. But other than that, it's whatever flagpoles we want to put up. And this leaves it open to say the authorization is for the month of June at all facilities. It's an authorization. It's not a mandate. So that's how this is set up. And I don't have I don't know, specifically what our flagpole constraints are in terms of where we have them. But the key for us is to we do have a duty to honor the rules that apply to the federal and state flags, and otherwise we have a lot of flexibility that this policy is designed to provide.
Right. Now, I'm clear. I just want to support the Juneteenth flag and flying it for the entire month and make sure that it's clear that we're going to do it for the entire month. But I also want to suggest that down the road here that if there's other flags that we could include in the number of flagpoles and improvements we may need to want to make so that make it a little bit more public. If there's only 1 or 2 flagpoles that can handle the 3 flags that we want to fly at any one time, whether or not we may need more flagpoles in various locations, what facilities are there that are doing it. So just a little bit more. And then if we wanted, like for our veterans, we have, if we want to put up our service flags for our veterans for Memorial Day and Veterans Day, just want to make sure that there is maybe some procedures that we could do more and better in raising issues and flags for issues throughout. So right now, I understand it's only the Pride flag for June, and this flag for July. That leaves 10 more months. We could fly other flags as a possibility. So if we're going to do this, we're opening the door for other flags also throughout the rest of the year. And so I thought I'd bring that opportunity forward. So anyway, that answers the questions for the moment. Now on number 8, we've had a couple of folks that have asked questions and not are quite clear on what Resolution 8 for the weeds and why are we doing this and what does it mean and what's the purpose behind it and what's the goal here for this? Because it's just, because I know a little bit about integrated pest management and I've especially in weeds. So I just like to make sure that we're clear on what weeds are about and why we have this on and what is the consequence of having this resolution made. And it's not quite clear to the public. The public is kind of wondering why it's here. So I thought we just need to have a little discussion as to, or at least some answers to what it is and what are we going to do about it and what's the consequence after we claim this, what's going to happen.
Did you want to make that as a question to staff?
Yeah.
Staff is here.
So those are questions for the.
I think she's got a succinct answer for us.
Yeah.
I do. Good evening. So this particular lot in this resolution, it was not noticed in our original declaration earlier this year, and was found to have weeds growing on that need to be abated. And so we're going through the process, same process, everything that we talked about previously, making sure that we're doing it properly. Our bird surveys, everything is going to be done just the same. It's just an additional lot add to this year. Does that answer your question?
So it's just to continue the work that we're doing already, that we've already set into policy, that's weed abatement for basically fire control.
Correct.
Methods, and is really pointed only at fire control where it's needed and not referring to all possible other areas like weeds in schools, in lawns and things. That's not where we're talking about. We're talking about fire control and managing it as a safety issue and only that.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure that that's very clear to the folks in the citizenry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone? So, yes, Councilmember Healy.
Would you like a motion on agenda items 1 through 8 except for 5?
That would be a wonderful motion to have.
I will make that motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Barnacle, thank you. And let's have a roll call vote on those.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Aye.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you. We have item 5 on our calendar, and I believe there'll be several questions for staff. And so let's bring it back to council and ask if anyone has a specific question or comment to the chief today.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I just address a few
You may.
of the public comments
Please.
and start the conversation. Staff is here, obviously, and we are more than prepared to have a discussion about
Much
this item.
appreciated.
So thank you for that. I just wanted to reiterate the item before you tonight is an annual report on the equipment and the use policy that was adopted by council last year. So you'll find, as one of the public commenters indicated, wanting to see if we used the equipment during the last year, what the purpose was and what the reason was. And you'll find that all in this report. So just want to call that out. Secondly, I want to address the backsliding. We're very committed to following through on the public's trust and accountability for our actions. And I want you to know that in this report, and I know it's lengthy, so I'm just going to point this out, we did not actually use any of this equipment on any community members, so there are no demographics to report. The equipment was used for training, a few operations like checkpoints, and one mutual aid request. but none of these items were used against an actual community member. So there's no demographics to report this evening. And then lastly, we last year presented and spoke about our intent to add technology to our service level here in this community. So we talked specifically about drones last year. And then in the evolution of best practices, drones can't fly into every space where there's a danger presented. And so an unmanned or remotely operated robot or ground vehicle is a standard piece of equipment for our crisis response team. So recognizing that while we had a public event on May 4th, where we invited members of the public to come to the station, look at the equipment, ask questions, we had a great turnout for that. We got a lot of input from that. It's included in this report. We also recognize that this report needs to be publicly available for 30 days. So it's been on our website. Tonight's item, while it's transmittal of that report and a renewal of what was authorized by council last year, we're not asking council to authorize any new equipment going forward. But we do intend to come back on August 7th and ask council for an amendment to the ordinance to authorize us to acquire and use unmanned aerial systems and unmanned ground systems. So just want to be clear about the purpose of tonight as we start that conversation. And I'll leave it there and answer any questions, but staff's here to go over this item and address any concerns you have.
Thank you. I'd like to lead off with one or two and then come back through.
Can I have the
Do
city
we-
attorney just answer
like
one
to
more
weigh in?
question? Yep.
Thank you, Council. So I just wanted to touch base on because we heard from some members of the public talking about the statutory requirements for the annual report, and the chief has just referred to some of those as being parts of the report. So let me make sure I'm going to be glossing the right section. Let's see. Yeah, it's section 7072. A law enforcement agency that receives approval for military equipment use policy, which we have done, shall submit to the governing body an annual military equipment report for each military equipment approved by the governing body within 1 year of approval, and annual thereafter for as long as the military equipment is available for use. Shall also make each annual military equipment report required by this section publicly available on our website, which we've done, for as long as the military equipment is available for use. And then there's a list of what the report shall contain. And that list is as follows: a summary of how the military equipment was used and the purpose of its use. The chief just gave us a quick summary of that. Summary of any complaints or concerns received concerning the military equipment, the results of any internal audits, any information about violations of the military equipment use policy, any actions taken in response. Total annual cost for each type of military equipment, including acquisition, personnel, training, transportation, maintenance, storage, upgrade, and other ongoing costs. From what source of funds will be provided for the military equipment.
Excuse me, Eric.
Too
I'm going
fast.
to interrupt. I know you're reading, but our interpreters are trying to translate your
Sorry, thank you.
your words. Thank you. If you could
Sorry
slow
about
down.
that. So, almost done. Let's see, where was I? From what source funds will be provided in the calendar year following the report, the quantity possessed of each type of equipment, and if the law enforcement agency intends to acquire additional military equipment in the next year, quantity sought for each type. So there are headings in the report and sections in the report that correspond with those categories of information that needs to be contained. So I don't know if there are specific questions related to those, but the report does address the statutory requirements. So thank you.
And one additional comment, Mr. Mayor, if I may. The one public comment that I did not address that I want to address that's important was the concern about personnel costs related to the equipment and training related to this specified equipment. Our total training budget is about $250,000. So I think the intent of the legislation was to weigh the training costs and the expenses holistically around this equipment for the governing body to weigh in terms of the need and the purpose and the use of this equipment. Our total training budget, there's a fraction of that contributes to the specialized teams and the specialized assignments that use this equipment. And while we identified that that's already captured in our budget in that category, it's a very small percentage of that training budget, but we could certainly come back with a more detailed report on the personnel costs at that August 7th meeting. But we were identifying where those costs are absorbed currently. We wanted to identify the specific purchase and replacement costs in the annual report.
Appreciate it. City Manager?
And I would just request that we bring this back on August 7th where we can have a longer conversation considering the time.
Is that acceptable to council to table this? Can I have a motion to similar?
Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion. I'll just say the comments about, there's a couple of items where it does look like it was used, where there was use on citizens. Says there was stabilizing beanbag round was used 8 times on calls for service, and then there was one time that I think it was a 40 millimeter impact related round was used. And I remember this meeting last time because everybody was in person and I was at home with COVID. And I read like maybe 8 like amendments to the policy or something like that. And then we adopted it after a long, lengthy discussion. And I just want to make sure that all of the amendments that I read in and then we got approved when we approved this policy last year, that those are addressed, because there was certainly the parts about race and gender and things like that were in there. And if there was any use of beanbag rounds, I would want to know what the race and gender of the people who was, subject to those. So with that, I'm happy to continue the item to August 7th. And I'd like, just in the future, I think it'd be good to make this a formally agendized item instead of put on the consent calendar, just so that we have an open discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember. May I, Mr. Mayor, just respond quickly? Those 7 incidents that you referred to were a show of force. No force was used. So the mere deployment of the less lethal beanbag shotgun resulted in compliance, and it was not deployed. The 40 millimeter sponge round was used to breach a window in an automobile so that we didn't have to use any other force as a suspect was actively trying to flee and placing officers in harm's way. So I appreciate you calling that out, and it is complicated, show of force versus a use of force, but I wanted to point that out.
Would just err on the side of just giving us more information and even using those clarifications. Those are really helpful because they really don't mean much to 80-90% of the people in this room. But I think for just the sake of when you read it at face value and you see one sentence like that, it's easy to see where you're like, I don't think I'm not getting all the information. So I would say err on the side of more information for all the folks that are reading. But I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And that was where I was going to go with the questioning line, so I'll make a comment on a question. But, in reading it, it's such a substantial report and such importance to our community that, you read right through it and you read show of versus use of, and then you have to read down to the next line of what that actually means. But what I'd like to know for August 7th is there demographics for show of versus use of? Is that a captured statistic? And certainly the letter from Jim Duffy shows he read as deep and probably with more knowledge than I have. And I was wondering if we'd have reply to that, or at least feedback to them. And any other council persons wishing to comment before we table? You were making this. We have a second from Councilmember Posake. And can we do this by acclaim, or do you want a roll call?
We'll do a roll call vote.
Okay.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Aye.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff. And that will move us to our next item, which is a workshop item. And that is the progress report on public safety facilities assessment. And, okay. Thank you very much. And we'll have Brian Cochran helping us tee up this item, which I'm sure is a team effort here, and quite a few that are going to be involved in the presentation tonight. Mr. Cochran.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and council members. We are happy to be before you tonight with an important, exciting, and information-packed presentation that is the culmination of the work of at least 4 city departments in collaboration with our architect consultant team over the past 9 to 10 months. I know that we've shared a few progress updates with you regarding our public safety facilities assessment, such as at the goals and priorities session a few months ago, but our hope today is to bring together all of the research, brainstorming, analysis, best practices, and design principles to present a cohesive set of recommendations for future planning, design, and ultimately construction and renovation of our public safety facilities across both police and fire departments. So backing up for a moment, the current efforts were launched after the voters' adoption of our Measure U sales tax, which occurred in 2020. Revenues first began flowing in 2021. And that measure emphasized public safety response times, adequate facilities and equipment for our public safety departments, disaster preparedness, amongst other key community priorities. And in the initial Measure U implementation plan that we brought to council in 2021, we envisioned utilizing a bond issuance funded by Measure U revenues to construct a new, potentially centralized fire station or a replacement of an existing station. And since that time, knowing that both departments had significant facility needs, and in concert with the department-wide operational assessments that they both had done, police and fire underwent from the Center for Public Safety Management, we opted to bring on an architectural planning team to do a full assessment of all of our facility needs for these two critical departments. So our hope is that this will help us plan for the future, prioritize which projects to focus on first, identify potential sites, and ultimately fund and construct the facilities over time. And I wanted to take a minute to just mention a couple of disclaimers as we walk through the slides. So the team focused heavily on each department's needs in terms of space needs, equipment needs, et cetera, looking out into the future with a crystal ball to plan for a future state of each department. And so after a lot of data gathering, we ultimately landed on a program for each facility. And I'm very much oversimplifying this, but it's essentially a list of a number of rooms, the sizes of the rooms, the uses for the rooms, the associated ancillary facilities like restrooms, equipment rooms, server rooms, et cetera, parking needs, the sizes of parking, et cetera. So we land on a well-defined total space planning program for each facility. And you'll see here in the presentation, while we have a few concept test fit sketches in the PowerPoint to demonstrate sort of the siting, the massing, and the scale with the surroundings, I think it's important to keep in mind that none of the facilities that we're talking about have an actual design at this point. And that will come later as we begin to implement the immediate short range and longer range portions of the plan. Additionally, I wanted to emphasize or acknowledge that this is a planning document. It's a roadmap, and we fully acknowledge that circumstances will likely change, conditions on the ground will change, and we will need to be adaptable into the future, especially when it comes to funding. And we know we don't currently have identified funding for all of the needs, but now what we have with this plan is an effective tool to prioritize and move projects forward as funding is identified. So for tonight, we're happy to have on hand via Zoom Laura Blake with Laura Blake Architect, who has been our locally based architect on this project, and Rob Manns with Manns Woodward Studios, who specializes in public safety facility design. And they will walk through the PowerPoint and provide more of the detail, the reasoning, and the best practices behind the recommendations, and also share some timelines and high-level costing information. So we would love to receive feedback from council on any aspects of the study itself or the specific facility sites that we'll be discussing, and perhaps most importantly on the proposed new fire station, fire headquarters, emergency operations center that is the centerpiece of the short-term projects that we'll be recommending move forward. And so with that introduction, I will turn it over to Laura to kick off the presentation.
Thank you, Brian. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. As Brian's noted, we've been working closely with the fire, police, and public works departments, as well as the city manager's office over the past number of months. And it's been a wonderful working team relationship, and we're excited to join you this evening and give you an update on our work. We will describe, as shown on this first slide, for the Public Safety's Facilities Master Plan, the objectives of the plan, the current facilities, give you a little bit of feel from our perspective of some of their conditions and issues. Rob will describe to you some of the best practices for public safety facilities at this point in time, and your facility needs and the recommendations that we've worked together to develop, and some of the sites that were considered based on those recommendations, and of course the ultimate recommendations, as well as some preliminary project schedules and costs. The next slide, please. The objectives, it's always really important when you're starting a planning process to understand what you're trying to achieve. And first and foremost, we're trying to support efficient public safety services and improve response times. We want to address facility deficiencies and implement long-term future-proof solutions. Also, the objectives include improving the first responder health, safety, and wellness, as well as the diversity, morale, and recruitment and retention. And kind of addressing the health, safety, and wellness feeds right into improving the diversity, morale, and retention, recruitment and retention of personnel. Another objective is to create safe community engagement spaces. An additional objective is to meet best practices to mitigate health, financial, and legal risks. And of course, the final objective is to be fiscally responsible. The next slide, please. This is just an overview of city map showing your current facilities, including the police station and the 3 fire stations. And on the next slide, we give you a high-level overview of some of your current facilities. They're all aging, as you can see. Probably the, if I can call it, the youngest building. The police station was renovated in 1985. That was 38 years ago. The oldest building is Fire Station 1. I believe it was built about 85 years ago. None of them of your current facilities, as is typical, are built to current codes and best practices. Given their age, things have changed and evolved in both arenas, and all of them are undersized for your current needs. To hit a few highlights, Fire Station 1, as I mentioned, is about 85 years old. It was built in 1938. It is undersized as your headquarters, although we do believe it is suitably sized to use as what I might call a district station. It also has seismic and sea level risk issues, and as mentioned, is not built to current codes and practices. Fire Station 2 also is undersized and not built to current practices. It is located in a floodplain and is susceptible both to flooding and sea level rise, and that is something that needs to be addressed. In addition, it houses the fire department's ladder truck, and that's the truck that has the ladder that can reach taller buildings to put out fires at a taller elevation. And its location, though, at Fire Station 2, having the ladder truck there is not central to where the need is to have a fire truck, and that is exacerbating response times. Fire Station 3 eventually needs to have an additional bay to meet as a parking space for a fire apparatus to meet growing demand. And the police station is the most overcrowded and therefore the most undersized facility of all your facilities. And in addition to that, the briefing room and the offices are used as the Emergency Operations Center, the EOC, which of course disrupts police operations during an emergency event. So at a high level, those are some of the issues that we noticed within your existing buildings. And the next slide just shows a few graphics to help illustrate that. All the fire station apparatus bays, again, that's where the vehicles are parked, are undersized. You want the vehicles to be farther apart so that personnel do not have to wait for one or another to get into vehicles with their gears. In addition, there's insufficient gear storage space. You can see the red duffel bags in the stairwell, because there are not proper spaces within the building to house them. They're also in the third slide, or the third image, you can see that those are in inadequate sleeping quarters and restrooms throughout the stations. Those are kind of like office partitions instead of individual dorms for fire personnel. On the next slide, we show how the police station is very overcrowded. There are lockers in the restrooms, offices which have multiple design for 1 or 2 people, have 4 or 5 people in them, and there are a number of storage containers on the out in the parking lots housing gear that should be properly stored and easily accessible within the buildings. So now I'll turn it over to Rob, and he's going to talk to you describe some of the current best practices and some of the recommendations. Hey, Rob, I think you might be on mute.
Thanks, Laura. Sorry about that. Thanks for turning that over. We're going to go over some of the best practices for fire and police station design. And for the sake of time, we won't go into the nuances of every particular detail that is, critical to the functionality of a fire station or a police station. But some of the highlights here, you see the apparatus bay, for example, and as Laura previously alluded to, it's really important to have apparatus with sufficient clearances, not only for safety, but also for expediting response times. Historically, particularly as we look at Fire Station 1, which was built in 1938, right, after most fire apparatus became mechanized, we were dealing with smaller units, and now the vehicles have gotten significantly larger and significantly heavier, and so there's a need for that. The far right image shows proper decontamination spaces. Most people are not aware of it. One of the leading causes of line of death duty amongst first responders, particularly firefighters, is cancer. So having proper decontamination for their equipment and gear is absolutely essential. On the next slide are just some other examples of some best practices for modern sleeping quarters, which provide first responders with better sleep. That in and of itself improves cardiac health and mitigates exposure to illnesses such as COVID. In this instance, you can partition off the rooms and make sure that the environment is a little bit more healthy. The right image is some examples of individual gender-neutral shower facilities that provide better hygiene. They're easier to clean, and perhaps most importantly, they support an inclusive and diverse workforce. The next image is just some examples from an emergency operations center perspective. Resilient infrastructure in terms of providing redundancy, not only in terms of electronics and computers and stability, but also structural resiliency for seismic resiliency. And so, obviously mitigating the loss of operational functionality during inclement weather and natural disasters needs to be one of the highest priorities of any mission critical public safety facility, because the community relies on their performance during those trying times. Flexibility is also key in terms of providing multi-purpose use and ability to quickly stand up spaces for emergency operations. And then on the next slide, we'll see from a police station and law enforcement standpoint is to make sure that we're providing suitable professional workspaces that support recruitment and retention and afford any given law enforcement agency the opportunity to attract the most talented and educated and best officers and staff that they can secure. Providing adequate space for gear lockers is critical. You think managing the gear and the belts that officers have to wear and their vests. There's significant overcrowding in the current station, as well as providing modern evidence entry and management. And that will afford more effective processes, better preservation of the evidence, and maintain the ever-critical chain of custody in a much more efficient manner. Some of the other overall concepts in terms of best practices that we recommend in this study as part of that on the next slide would be creating welcoming and accessible facilities, whether it be for fire or police, but making sure that facility serves as a beacon of trust, seems to be inviting and welcoming, and shines out to the city as a place that citizens can go for any form of help. And some of the program spaces within that building that can support that mission are meeting rooms and community engagement spaces that afford opportunities for fire prevention classes, CPR classes, encourage relationships between law enforcement personnel and the community that they serve, which effectively creates community engagement and supports the concept of proactive community policing. On the next slide are some site design principles that we would encourage the city to consider as they locate these facilities and select sites. And that would include simple things like maintaining good visibility for apparatus as they respond, good response times, dedicated parking zones for staff versus the public, making sure that certain critical infrastructure such as generators and transformers are out of the public way in order to mitigate the risk of destruction or disaster, whether intentional or unintentional, and just generally creating a resilient yet welcoming facility. On the next slide, we kind of go through, as part of the programming process, our team collectively worked with the fire, police department, city manager's office, and public works, and went through a pretty comprehensive programming and needs assessment study. And I'm oversimplifying it, much like Brian did earlier, but that yielded some immediate needs, and we identified some immediate needs. And those immediate needs are Fire Station 1, given its age, certainly needs to receive seismically strengthening and gender-neutral restroom upgrades. The facility was designed prior to current seismic codes, and certainly in a time prior to a diverse workforce, in an era when the majority of the job was performed by men. Short range needs in terms of making sure that the fire department is set for success well into the future would include a new central fire headquarters and emergency operations center, and then going back and fully renovating Fire Station 1. And there's a reason through the process that it all doesn't occur at once, and that is that in order for Fire Station 1 to become fully renovated, we need to first vacate the administrative staff out of that space to provide relief within Fire Station 1 for the necessary operational spaces to make them most effective. Longer range would include either renovate, expand, or replace Fire Station 2 and correct some of the physical and functional deficiencies. And then within Fire Station 3 would be a similar effort in terms of correcting some of the shortcomings that exist there. And as Laura pointed out, some of these facilities are pushing 30, 40 years old. Early in the process, on the next slide, we referred back to the previous study that was performed by the Center for Public Safety Management. And we recognize, and in our experience, having reviewed many of these documents before, largely one of the key things that report suggests is a centralized location for the fire department. And a lot of that has to do with the response times and achieving an ISO 1 rating for the fire department. And looking at that data and pulling the data in an effort to identify potential sites and what some of the challenges were going to be, we see that the vast majority of the calls are in the center of the city, and having a central accessible site for a central accessible fire station would be the most desirable approach. On the next slide, you'll see some graphics that were developed by CPSM, the Center for Public Safety Management, that show the current jurisdictional coverage, if you will, or the response time coverages. And the one on the left particularly shows Fire Station 2. And the one on the right shows the amount of coverage that a ladder truck would be capable of providing if they were located in a new central site. So the recommendation is obviously to find a site that fits those needs and fits those goals and improves those response times in order to make the city safer at large. And there's a lot of data and statistics that we can get into if the questions arise about, well, why are response times important and why do we need to get there, and how that affects insurance ratings and the whole 9 yards. But switching to the police department needs, if we go to the next slide, their immediate need, one of the biggest shortcomings that the police department faces in our observation was the need to add additional restrooms and locker facilities, as well as fitness space and office space for current operational challenges. They are definitely busting at the seams. And as Laura pointed out, we have offices, in some cases, storage rooms that have been converted into offices. And to provide that necessary relief for them to fulfill their current operational demand is absolutely critical. In the longer range, it's pretty evident, at least through our lens, that there is going to be a new need for a centralized law enforcement headquarters facility that is specifically designed for the needs of law enforcement agencies. And the facility that they're currently operating out of, if everyone is familiar, previously served as a mortuary or morgue. So it was never really purpose-built for its function. They've certainly made excellent use out of it. But as times continue to change and the staffing levels create demands, and the mission of law enforcement in the landscape of law enforcement changes, so too will the needs of their facility. Pulling some data on the next slide, you'll see that, in fact, there is a pretty good justification for a central location for a law enforcement facility as well, and that 62% of the police department calls are located centrally within the city. Locating the department centrally would support better staffing and better staff efficiency, in the sense that officers would not be required to drive nearly as far in many instances to go back to the station to write reports or do administrative duties that are necessary for their patrol work. So on the next slide, the recommendations of the total study that was performed over the past several months, the immediate needs, in summary, were to seismically strengthen Fire Station 1 and provide gender accommodations or gender neutral accommodations, and then provide some immediate relief through the police station locker, fitness, and office modifications within that environment. And it's my understanding that the city has begun the initial steps associated with fulfilling these immediate needs by soliciting professional architectural and engineering services to accomplish those projects. In the short range, which is a little bit of a misnomer because short range means it kind of means better start planning now, would be the new Central Fire Headquarters and Emergency Operations Center, as well as fully renovating Fire Station 1. The long range, which would constitute, as Brian kind of alluded to, would be, let's start thinking about how we're going to fund, if we're going to follow this master plan and continue to treat it as a living document, how are we going to fund the construction of a new police station, and then the subsequent priorities of renovating or replacing Fire Stations 2 and 3, and then potentially finding a longer range need to provide some support space and storage space for some of the reserve equipment associated with fire and law enforcement operations. On the next slide is we know that there's a lot of potential in terms of where to look at. The team at large evaluated a lot of different sites for consideration. We did look at Fire Station 1, which is the historic station. Again, being designed in 1938, the bays are a bit too small and a bit too shallow to accommodate the length of a ladder truck. 307 South Petaluma Boulevard was not large enough to fit the program of the department. The lot next to City Hall was also too small. It in and of itself was also not centrally located. Kenilworth Park was too small and eliminated a great public amenity. The fairgrounds, however, had adequate space. They were centrally located, and it really supported probably one of the most efficient drive times in terms of the ladder being able to respond to the community. The police station, we looked at some opportunities. The existing police station was too small, again, not centrally located. The adjacent lot to the police station at 1221 North Petaluma Boulevard would have required acquisition. It too is not centrally located. And the Hopper Street site, or the Core Yard, had some access limitations and has already been designated for some other use. The fairgrounds, however, provided adequate space, a central location with really good public access, and it also reduces the costs of the total investment for public safety facilities needs if you were to co-locate that with the fire department, because there's a lot of shared resources and spaces that could be, for lack of a better term, capitalized on. So one of the recommendations which you'll see is to consider on the next slide the potential of locating a new central fire headquarters and emergency operations center, as well as a police station at the fairgrounds. I think it's really important as we go into the next couple slides to reiterate Brian's comment in the sense that, this is a master planning document. This is intended to assist the city in developing a course heading and prioritizing its needs and using it as a tool to identify funding opportunities and execute each of these as a standalone individual project. So the slides that are to come are more just a suggestion of what might be, how it might be organized, but certainly there's a significant amount of effort and engagement and design and engineering that needs to take place following the adoption of whatever adoption this report may yield. An architecture and engineering team is going to have to take each one of these projects through. So currently, Fire Station 3 resides to the right. Fire Station 1 is across the river and south of the freeway, and Fire Station 2 kind of sits to the north there. And on the next slide, you'll see as we zoom in, we looked very carefully at the fairground site as well as all of the other sites. And throughout the process, the team referred back to historical documents. We understand that there was a community charrette that was performed, and we looked at the response times, different accesses, and potential for what sites might best suit the needs. So we looked at particularly the northwest corner or the northern corner of the site, primarily because it provided the quickest response and the greatest ease of access for fire department operations to deposit the apparatus onto Ellis Street or an extension of Ellis Street, and then quickly hit the north-south corridor from Washington Avenue, and then potential alternates down the line for Payran Street. So as we go to the next slide and we zoom in a little bit further, just some simplified massing of how the particular needs of the fire department and emergency operations center might mass out and be organized and oriented on the site in order to support those operations accordingly. And the blue line to the left suggests the opportunity or potential to then, in the long range process, construct a co-located police headquarters that would allow things like meeting rooms and server rooms, electrical, mechanical rooms to be shared, and eliminate the redundant costs of building two separate and distinct remotely located facilities. Finally, as I'll turn this back over to Laura in a moment. As on the next slide, the team took a tremendous amount of care, and when I say team, it's not just Laura and myself. It's the entire team of being budget conscious and trying to develop very realistic expectations of what things might cost. And when we're looking at strategic master plans and facility master plans that span decades, one of the things that becomes absolutely critical is to understand the impact of cost escalation, the escalation of materials and labor over the years. So our team looked at data sets of regionally constructed fire stations and police stations, national averages, adjusting for location, and applied inflation rates that projected out year after year after year, so that we could say, well, if a police station costs X in 2023, we should expect it to cost X times Y in 2042. And that way, as the city goes through their budgeting process, they have at least some degree of accuracy, or as accurate as we can be at this stage, of how to budget, where the money is going to be allocated, and how much time it's going to take. So with that, I'll turn the remaining discussion of schedule and the estimated costs over to Laura.
Thanks, Rob. So I think that the table is probably pretty self-explanatory. We've listed on the left the projects and their categories, kind of the phasing that has been recommended by the community, by our stakeholder group, the approximate size, the dates, kind of durations of projects from design through construction, the construction cost, that's the cost to build the facilities. And again, these are escalated costs to the midpoint of construction. And then the project cost, and the project costs include both the construction cost as well as the soft costs, the design costs, the management costs, those sorts of things. And the earliest projects, you can see have some identified funding. The double asterisks from the Fire Station 1 renovation on down the list are projects that are pending identification of available funding. But we wanted to give a sense, at least for the earliest projects, of what those costs might be. So Fire Station 1 and the police improvements, about $8.5 million. The fire headquarters and the emergency operations center that would house full fire station, the fire personnel, the administration personnel, as well as the emergency operations center that can also, of course, be used for training when it is not up and running as an emergency operations center, training and community meetings as you all desire. That is looking at a project cost of about $56 million. And then the renovation of Fire Station 1, the full renovation of Fire Station 1, all of its building systems, as well as the improvements needed to bring it up to current best practices, is about $21 million. Moving to the next slide, we show a little bit about where the status of things, as Rob alluded to earlier. Fire Station 1 and the police station improvements are currently, the city are issuing requests for proposals for design, aiming for construction in 2025 on both of those projects. In terms of the short range project, as Rob alluded to also, if you want to look at construction in 2026 to 2028, now is the time to start with entitlements and design so that you could meet those targets. And likewise for Fire Station 1 full renovation, if you're looking to have that construction done in 2029 to 2031, starting entitlements and design in 2026 would achieve that goal. So that is what we have been working on for the past, 6, 7, 8 months or so. And just wanted to give you an update and happy to answer any questions.
Are we at a question moment? Yes? No further presentation? Okay. Let's bring it up to the council and ask the council if they have some questions on what we've just been presented. It's quite overwhelming. Who would like to start off? Councilmember Schrips?
Okay, good. Can you go back to the map with the fire stations on it? The 3 fire stations and the master headquarters. So the question would be on, since we keep those 3 in those locations and keep our urban growth boundaries, to make sure we don't need a smaller satellite somewhere else in our city. And if we do put the majority of the administration and maybe a lot of the equipment that's being stored at the 3 current stations and put them all into the larger headquarters station, would that free up enough space in the 3 stations so that they would be adequate for to be upgraded to get it to best practice level? Or are we going to have to do more than that?
So our review of the programming requirements is that there will need to be more than that. Fire Station 2 in particular sits in a floodplain, and the bays themselves are a little tight There is an opportunity there to renovate and flood harden the building. But in order to meet the programmatic needs, it would be a pretty extensive renovation and expansion in order to meet the programming needs. One of the key things in these particular stations, particularly 3 and 2, is that most of them were designed, those 2 particularly were designed before accessibility requirements and whatnot. And so the size of the building is a wee bit too small in order to accommodate the programmatic needs of the fire department. And I believe the fire chief could probably comment on their increased call volume and the types of services that they now offer and provide that are far different than what was envisioned when the facilities were originally constructed. So yeah, you could go either way. It's a matter of the selection team or whoever the design of record becomes for Station 2 and Station 3. We would suggest that they evaluate the feasibility of renovation and expansion versus new construction in order to meet those, to determine which one provides the best value.
Very good. And similarly for the police station, we have one headquarters now, but I think there's a small satellite over on, I think it's on Payran near Petaluma Boulevard. And then we're going to have some storage facilities. So besides if building a full headquarters station with the fire station at the fairgrounds, assuming that's what we do, would there actually be a need to get full coverage? We would have 3 satellite fire stations throughout the city. Would we also need satellite substations scattered throughout the city, maybe with police and fire together? If we do a reconstruction, would that be a worthwhile idea instead of having only one central police station?
Chief Savano might be able to comment on this a little bit further, but it's my understanding that the consolidation of a joint headquarters facility would allow for all services to be located in one area. There are the potential for some units that might need a storefront per se outside of the headquarters, but that would be limited and really be unrelated to to coverage requirements.
Okay, good. So we just need a few cars here and there traveling throughout the edges of the city to cut that coverage. So we don't need a smaller sub-police station, let's say north of town in the industrial area, flood zone or anything. There's enough coverage from the central fairgrounds for all the edges of the city then.
That's our understanding and expectation based on conversations with the police department and review of the CPSM study. And it's a fundamental difference between fire and police. Fire is stationed at their particular buildings, ready to go at a moment's notice, whereas police is, from a patrol perspective, is effectively doing their job from patrol cars that are constantly on the move throughout the city.
Good. And then at the picture at the fairgrounds, you have the station there, and it's dominated by the fire with a L shape for the police at the moment. I assume that's just sort of like an initial concept that things are together, but not actually locating it there, because I could think that the whole fairgrounds, if we do change it along over time, it could actually be almost anywhere if we reconstruct the entire fairgrounds. So we're not stuck with that particular location or that shape even. But I think you were looking at access to the freeway and such, because I was thinking that if we did a full renovation of the fairgrounds, that maybe the Payran and D Street might be a better location to get access to Caulfield and D Street to get across back to the west side of town rather than the east side with the Caulfield Bridge going in. So are we really tied to that location for access times, as you were kind of referring to, or can we locate it just about anywhere on the fairgrounds and still get about the same coverage for the entire city and access?
Sure. So if we have, so we can have some context, can we go to slide, I believe it's 21.
And while we're drifting over to that, if you'll allow, I'd like to make one comment in here, which is to advise the audience of how the evening questions, et cetera, will go, which is council has a moment to ask questions and explore the ideas that come up. Then we'll go to public comment on it, and we'll bring it back to council for our commentary rather than our questions. We'll stay focused on questions at the beginning.
Right. So the question is, are we stuck with that as the best access point on the fairgrounds, or could we put it in a different location if we redo the fairgrounds? Would it be better access in another location, or is that our best single access location?
That's a fantastic question. The reality is that the fairgrounds at large, we believe, would be a great candidate for, reimagining what that might look like, as was previously alluded to through the charrette process that the community engaged in. That was kind of outside of our study and purview to take it that far. But to answer your question, very straightforward, is anywhere could be up for grabs in terms of where that gets located on the fairgrounds. And we would probably suggest that any development take into consideration what might happen with the fairgrounds in the future in order to be respectful of the current uses as well as what the future uses might be, but also balancing the needs of safety. We would not suggest nor recommend, for example, if the fairgrounds were to be redeveloped, that you locate the fire department, on the southern side, where you potentially have fast-moving heavy apparatus near pedestrian-oriented corridors. So it needs to they need to be dovetailed together as that moves forward. But from a site recommendation, the fairgrounds at large appears to be a great candidate, and you're not locked into where it's currently being shown.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of my questions.
Thank you. And I note that we have the Vice Mayor on, and Mr. Cochran, did you want to weigh in on an element of this?
I wanted to make some additional comments on the cost front, but I don't have to jump in now. I could weigh in before we go to public comment.
Okay, let's go to the Vice Mayor.
I like the idea that we have a fire station and actually police connected at the fairgrounds. I mean, if I had my way, I would put City Hall there also, but that doesn't look like it's in the plans for right now. But I would like to, how could we financially, and this is where Brian will come in, how can we do police and fire at one time? And also, we're talking about heights, and yet the height for this is basically single story. So you have a single story fire department, single story police department, and it's taking up a lot of space at the fairground site, which I understand. But I just want to know financially how we could actually do both of police and fire at the fairground site and go higher in height.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll try to address the financial piece a little bit. So, as I alluded to at the outset, we acknowledge that we do not have, obviously, all of the funding for all of these projects. That was not really the intent. But what we wanted to do is identify what the needs were and what some appropriate phasing would be so that we can start planning early to be able to identify funding for some of these projects. What we are looking at, excuse me, in the near to short term are essentially the first three projects on Laura's overall cost chart that she had up a few minutes ago. So it's the Fire Station 1 seismic retrofit, as well as the restroom reconfiguration, the police addition and renovation, which would add, I want to say 10 to 15% additional square footage into that building, as well as additional office space, fitness room, et cetera. And then finally, the third most major project would be that new centrally located fire station, fire headquarters, and emergency operations center. So when we first set out on this project, we had put some numbers together along with our financial advisor, and we thought we could do a couple of different bond issuances with Measure U funds, $20 million, which we already did, and we're spending that on a variety of road and pavement improvements. And then the other $20 million would be dedicated essentially to the fire station. Since that time, we've done some additional analysis, as well as Measure U has come in better than we expected. We also have some things going on with our annual CalPERS costs that are going to be changing significantly after about, say, 2031. So that provides additional bonding capacity that we previously had not factored in. And so after all of those things combined, and we've looked at this a little bit, we think that we may be able to issue bonds more in the 40 to 45 million range. Now, that number is very squishy at this point. I will fully say that because, interest rates have been doing what they've been doing. We don't know what the budget will look like when we actually go out to issue the bonds. So there are many factors to consider in the overall capacity. Another one, just to throw it out there, is we have about $6 million in city facilities impact fees right now. And so we were always expecting to essentially spend down that balance with these projects. So again, multiple factors kind of contributing. I don't think we're 100% there on those first 3 projects that I rattled off a moment ago. I do think we can get very close. And with the amount of success and resources the city has put towards achieving grants through some of our state and federal partners, I think this puts us in a very good position to be able to complete these projects. One specific grant that we've looked at a little bit, and we would do so more seriously, is Cal OES does do disaster mitigation grants, and things like construction and renovation of fire facilities are included in those sorts of grants. So that's something we could look at. We've already been successful in obtaining a federal earmark through Congressman Huffman's office to do part of the design work of this facility. So again, I know that's a lot to answer that question, but it is going to be kind of cobbling together multiple sources to get this done at the end of the day. And we are, as I've already mentioned, looking at those first 3 projects on the list. Everything below that on the chart, including the full fire station 1 renovation and downward, those are still effectively TBD on when it would be constructed and when the funding would actually come into play on those. So happy to talk more about that or go into any other details, but that's kind of the current funding picture that we're working with.
Well, I appreciate that, but I think what we all know is that our facilities need to be updated. I mean, they're way overdue. And so that's something we absolutely understand. And I'm looking forward to finding a means to make this happen sooner than later. And if I have other questions, I'll wait on those.
Okay, thank you very much. Other council members? Councilmember Now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Piggybacking on Vice Mayor Janice Cater Thompson, I have the same feeling about going 2 to 3 stories high and building and thinking ahead for our future needs. When Mary Isaac building was built, they didn't even have the 3rd floor being used yet. They finished it after they'd already moved in the first 2 floors. So, and then their needs changed. So we've learned from other public buildings that our needs do change as the years go on. So I also think 2 or 3 stories going up would also reduce the footprint and allow for more things around the building for parking, public, and for the police, whatever their needs are.
Sure.
To anybody who's been listening to City Council for 20 years, this is a deja vu. The discussion for a new fire station was brought up the last time I was on the council, 2015, 2016. We even had a groundbreaking, and I believe that address is 307 South Petaluma Boulevard, and it was the formerly known as the Casa Grande Motel site. Do we know the value of that property so that it could be used for seed money or construction needs or when we get to renovations? So do we have a value so we can, when we're not using that, because right now we're not using it at all, if we could sell it and use part of that money towards renovating fire station number 1, which is what it was supposed to be helping?
Sure, thank you for those questions. So we do not have, to my knowledge, a recent appraisal of the 307 Petaluma Boulevard South site. But what I would say is I believe it's under an acre. So I'm not quite sure, what the value of that would be versus the total project cost that we're talking about here. But absolutely, that is something that we could look at. Alternatively, there may be other uses for that site that the city wants to consider, and so selling it may not be the best. It may be, but there may be other things that we could consider with that particular site. And then I think Rob was going to comment on the multi-story design aspect. We do have, just to note on the fire station, the kind of block diagram that we showed, the Emergency Operations Center is envisioned to be on the second floor, so we are making that a 2-story building, whereas the administration, the dormitories, and the bays obviously would be on the first floor. And then I believe in the concepts that we looked at in terms of what the police station building could look like down the road, that was envisioned as a 2-story building as well, I believe. But Rob, did you want to provide more detail on that?
That's exactly it. And you hit the nail on the head, Brian. The blue line that you see that was on slide 22 that kind of showed the parcel and the usage of that parcel. That utilization of land takes into consideration some of the best practices associated with standoff distances for security. It's an emergency operations center, and there's certain code requirements in order to achieve a cost-effective solution. So you'll see that there's actually, between the public parking lot there on the left and the face of the building, there's a fairly good distance between that and public access. There's some code requirements for that. And the remaining portions of the blue area, as Brian pointed out, the police station was programmed and envisioned as a 2-story facility. But at the core of the building or the core of the site, we would envision the police station flanking Kenilworth and then down Johnson to connect, and in essence wrapping a secure parking lot that would house all of the patrol vehicles and personally owned vehicles by sworn personnel, as well as provide sufficient secure parking for emergency operations center and emergency management staff. So when you look at the site development, it's not so much the building itself that is contributing to that, it's also the parking. And when we think about a public safety facility, we need to recognize that parking is also largely driven by shift change. So a fire department, for example, A shift isn't going to leave the station before B shift gets there. So there's an overlap that occurs. And the same thing is true with the police department.
Thank you for that explanation. The footprint, definitely if we go up 3 stories, then there'll be more room for the shift changing personal vehicles as well as our patrol cars. I've been advocating for either a new police station or a renovated police station for over 20 years because as a parent of a victim, the room we were in with 4 adults, 2 parents, 2 officers, and a child giving their statement was the size of a broom closet. It was the most horrendous experience I've ever had in my life, and I never want another victim to go through that. And unfortunately, we've had 20 years of victims having to do just that. So with this new facility, we will get better opportunities for victims not to be re-victimized by giving a statement of what their experience was, and the police can do their work. So I'm behind it 1,000%, and I'll help any way I can. Thank you.
Okay, we're trying to stay on questions. Councilmember Healy.
No, I'll save my comments for later. I've got lots of those, but I am curious why, just to piggyback on some previous comments, why we can't go up 3 stories for a new fire station. That was certainly the plan for the Petaluma Boulevard South location, on which we spent over $500,000 in architectural fees, and now we're not going to use that at all. But so I do think there needs to be a need to really minimize the footprint of this building because we're putting it on a fairgrounds property. And so my question here is, why does this graphic show 6 bays if the plan is to have the aerial ladder truck and maybe an ambulance there? What are the
So
other
there's-
4 bays for?
Chief, I see you raise your hand. I believe, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to cover that. Thank you very much for the question. Absolutely, the height. Rob's done a really nice job building a model that could be used, and with all the expertise he has on how a total design layout could look. I agree absolutely that a fire station can be 3 stories, especially with the EOC and administration on the 3rd level. Operation staff on the 2nd level, and then apparatus bays below. I absolutely think we can make that happen. Maybe 4, who knows? And what's nice is, it was stated earlier, is this is more concept and space fitting on how much square footage is required, how it is actually laid out. We've got a lot of opportunity for input and design to make that happen. As far as the apparatus bays, a lot of that is for we're trying to invest the community's money in the best way possible to maximize future use. Apparatus bay is actually the cheapest part of a new facility. And we immediately could house a ladder truck, a reserve ladder truck, when in 15 years it's time to replace the current one. A battalion chief would automatically go to that location, and also our basic life support ambulance, with the 3 satellite stations remaining. What this affords us is a place when we do red flag or winter storm upstaffing, we'd have a reserve fire engine in that facility, so that when the personnel come on, like we did for this 4th of July, and upstaffed an extra engine company for the 4th, or red flag or winter storm, which we do more and more, there's not only the sleeping quarters or resting quarters, but also apparatus-based space for those. So as we replace fire engines, we'll hold on to reserve apparatus so we can fill those increasing needs in our community.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
And Chief, if I could add one more thing, I believe you also had some wildland fire units assigned to this particular facility.
That's correct. It was a very difficult challenge to think of what we might need in the next 50 years. Brian said it perfectly. We used, our crystal ball, or what we hoped, what it could look like, and we actually downsized quite a bit, but wanted to make sure that while we had that opportunity, we're looking at increased climate change, increased wildfire risk. The need was recognized in our CPSM study for more wildland fire response, and so this would help accommodate that future growth, not only with potential staffing over the next 50 years, but also equipment types. Thanks.
Thanks. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you. On slide 14, and I think this general comment, some of these, your images don't have labels. So I don't know what this map actually is. Can you educate me on that?
Chief, this is from the CPSM study. Did you want to, I believe this is one of your documents. Did you want to communicate this?
Yes, absolutely. So it's basically a heat map. It's really difficult if you don't look at a city map of Petaluma too often, but that's essentially the city limits and where within the city limits the highest majority of calls for service occur. What it's showing currently is the intersection, the dot is basically the intersection of the freeway in East Washington. There's another map that was comparable in orientation that showed the current fire station and police station locations. This is a very similar orientation map, but showing where within the city the majority of responses occur. And just one note on that, one of the big reasons for a centralized location, we currently have 3 fire stations. What we found in the CPSM study was that 10% of the calls for service are being covered by a fire engine or ambulance from a different district or the other side of town. So if you need 911 response and 1 out of 10 times that your local fire station is on another call, having a paramedic unit right in that central location helps as a backup to all 3 of our current fire districts without having a fire engine or ambulance coming all the way across town. So that's trying to show not only that calls are centralized, so having a central location would also be beneficial, but also will help up those as a backup when emergencies occur and the current units are unavailable on another emergency response.
Thank you. And then on slide 22, there's this blue border, and I don't know what the blue border is signifying.
Sure. So the blue border would be the suggested site area for a future phased expanded law enforcement facility, as well as the associated parking and the potential, if you look at the long range plan, for a support building to also be located on that site that would house supplemental equipment and storage of supplemental equipment.
And then final question, and I'll hold my comments till after public comment, is only the executive summary of the report was included with the staff report. Is it possible to get the full report, or are there things in there we don't divulge publicly? I was just wondering why it was only the executive summary.
Another great question, something that we didn't state at the beginning, was that the final report we anticipate will be complete in mid-August. So we have currently reviewed the executive summary that you've received, and just a few days ago, we got the first draft of the complete, roughly 180-page report that we have just laid our eyes onto in draft form.
Perfect. And then one final question that I remembered. I know that I want an emergency operations center, but I genuinely don't know, and it's not in, and this is why I wanted the whole report, is like what goes into an emergency operations center that's $12 million that isn't just what goes into an EOC?
I might let Rob do the majority of that one. He's got some great information, but I actually do think that the Emergency Operations Center does have a little bit of room that we could. Rob and Laura have done a great job, multi-functioning rooms, and this Emergency Operations Center would also be used as a training classroom for both police and fire. But I'll let Rob go into the details of infrastructure requirements, redundancy, and technology and electricity. If you want to take it over, Rob.
Yeah, thanks. So a lot of the components that go into an EOC, well, first I'd like to state that the cost of the EOC has been escalated forward to the midpoint of construction, as Laura previously pointed out. So in today's dollars, that would probably be closer to 9 or 10. And then, forecasting it out to the midpoint of construction puts it to that $12 million mark, using an annual escalation rate of about 5%. So, we've gone through several iterations of the EOC, but some of the key points that we're looking in there are some training spaces, some food service spaces. So when they get stood up for a larger scale event that's going to span multiple days, there's opportunities to bring food in or prepare food for the people that are manning or staffing that EOC. There's certain radio equipment and UPS, which is battery backup systems, and standalone generators that allow the facility to stay online and operational during extended power outages. So when you look at the cost associated with these facilities, there's a certain level of redundancy in play that you might not have elsewhere. So, for example, you might have redundant mechanical systems. You might have redundant incoming electrical services. Because if this facility is taken offline, for lack of a better term, the entire community is up the creek without a paddle. Whereas if a fire station goes offline temporarily, which isn't the greatest of scenarios by any stretch of the imagination, there's at least 2 or 3 other facilities there to back up and support. So a lot of the cost that goes into an emergency operations center, or a 911 call center for that matter, is driven by the mechanical, electrical, and infrastructure costs to make sure that it is truly a resilient facility.
And Rob, if I could just, Councilmember, if I could just jump in for a second on that one as well. We also envision this facility to be critical in kind of a synergistic fashion with the potential for a resiliency center on this property. So if you have your emergency operations center as well as other resiliency components based on the fairgrounds property, there are some synergies there that we think we can realize, whether it's the large training room aspect or just the fact of having our city staff who are operating an emergency on that site when there are other things happening at the resiliency center. We do think there's some significant benefits there as well.
Thank you for the education.
Thank you. I guess one question I have is, I see the EOC associated with the fire department consistently. Why is it not associated with police? Police and EOC fire second. I mean, given that everything is a necessity and behind times, is there a combination showing EOC police, or is that not a thing?
It was the reason that it ended up manifesting in this way was the prioritization of the needs. In reality, if the police station were to be constructed, it would literally potentially be right adjacent to the EOC. So they both would share equal access to these needs as well as the fire station. So in order to completely pair the EOC with the police department, the EOC would need to be deferred out at least another 5 to 10 years beyond what's currently projected for that to occur. So that's the reason that you see it shown the way that it is in order to hit the priorities.
Yeah, I hate the idea of the police station being postponed out 5 to 10 years. Or the fire station could be the one that's 5 to 10 out. So the blue line will show, allows the property for any proposed resiliency center.
The resiliency center is integrated into the fire station. On, I believe, side 23, you'll see an orange massing that's shown on the second floor.
Rob, I think we're mixing terms here. The
Sure.
EOC is integrated into the fire station. It's shown in the diagrams is the yellow-orange color adjacent on top of the red. The city resiliency fire facility is not shown within that footprint. The blue outline is intended to show the site area that would be needed to co-locate the police station and police parking with the fire headquarters and the EOC and its parking.
So
Does that help?
I think so. Let me paraphrase back, see if that's the same answer. So the blue line property wouldn't include municipal resiliency building footprint. It would be an additional parcel or area.
Correct.
That's correct.
Thank you. And would the blue line include all other police vehicle storage? We're looking at police vehicle storage tonight. Would that be within the blue line?
All frontline police vehicle storage would be within the blue line. There's some secondary vehicles, non-frontline vehicles for police and fire that could be located here or could be located at an alternate location. This particular diagram does not show that. It just shows the police and fire frontline fleets.
And that auxiliary space would also house long-term evidence storage.
So the blue line looks vacant. That felt wiggly. The blue line area does not show development on it, parking or otherwise. And so you said it could include that because we're making a later decision about, $100,000 a year. I'd love to have it on this property. Could that be included in the report? Can we change the could to showing it as a resource on this facility? Phase 3 for long range, when the police station comes, et cetera.
Yeah, that to me, that's not an issue at all. We were in the process of finalizing some of those diagrams now, and we'll be happy to share them with you.
Thank you. The bay clearance has come up as a topic, and I'm wondering, can adequate bay clearance be achieved on the sites for the existing fire stations, or are the properties just not big enough?
The properties are large enough, and within the report, there are massing studies similar to this for stations 2 and 3 that demonstrate how modernized apparatus bays with 14-foot by 14-foot doors can be accommodated on those sites and still fulfill the programmatic needs.
Thank you. The other item is there was response times for a fairgrounds fire station, and it's a square. It's the same distance no matter what direction you're going in, and I would think that, or can you confirm that travel into the east side would be a rapider response time. The vehicles would travel faster than through the heavily congested downtown to get to support. I mean, is it, all things are not created, all transportation time is not equal.
Correct. And that diagram with the square was from our CPSM study that was showing a 2.5 mile north, south, east, west from the station, which is a certain NFPA standard for ladder trucks to show ladder truck responses 2.5 miles. So it is misleading because we don't respond in squares, we respond in circles. But really it was showing moving it, right now it covers very well the north end of town, but moving it to a central location would not only have equal access to the east and west side, but also to the north and south. And just to further answer your question, the good news is each of our 3 current fire stations, CPSM confirmed based on response times, they are in the right locations for those 3 stations, but the ladder and our current fire equipment does fit within the constraints of our current fire stations, except for the ladder truck. The ladder truck will not physically fit in our Station 1 downtown or Station 3.
Thank you. I think we touched on this, but there's a claim that renovation is more expensive than new construction costs. And so can we have in this report an estimate of what it would cost to build new versus retrofit on site?
That is for the fire stations 2 and 3. Our basis has been assuming new construction. For Fire Station 1, the historic structure, it has been assuming renovation.
I would love to see a commentary on why Casa Grande won't be, I'm sure it's deep in the report, why it won't be appropriate if we consider new construction for downtown and other purposing for the historic structure. Okay, and Councilmember Schritt?
Well, just a quick question on this. Considering the potential for wildfires within the area, and I know we use lots of now aerial equipment, whether it be helicopters, possibly now with drones getting bigger and stronger, or airplanes. Since we just have ground trucks now that we're talking about, would we consider for wildfire protection ever getting a large drone, helicopter, water bucket type system that I know the forestry folks use? Would that become part of our arsenal? And would we put it here, put it at the airport? Is this even in the plans as a possibility?
I would say for the city of Petaluma specifically owning and managing such program, probably not in the next 50 years. But we do have mutual aid contracts, and we have actually we have what's called a mutual threat zone on the west side of our community, where we actually have mutual aid agreements with CAL FIRE and the surrounding fire agencies that do have helicopters, tankers, air attack. And they have 2 tankers at the Sonoma County Airport that can respond very quickly to our community. We have helicopters come out of Boggs Mountain, which is near Cobb, and there's also not a CAL FIRE helicopter, but another fire resource helicopter through the Sheriff's Department and Sonoma County Fire at Sonoma County Airport.
Not aerial, but could we, I know some of the country fire trucks are built slightly differently for rough terrain, instead of not just city streets. Do we have a potential need or a thought about planning that we would actually have all-terrain type vehicles in our fleet?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I misunderstood your question. Yes, we currently have one. It's called a Type 6. It's more of a pickup style that we do have, and we have found a need for a Type 3, which is, I believe, what you're mentioning. It's bigger like a city fire department rig, but it's 4-wheel drive with better access. We're currently looking at some opportunities with some partnerships with Marin County on one they may surplus. But yes, and that's the type of equipment that we are pre-planning as potential needed space at the new facility. Thank you.
Great presentation. I'd like to get the public's
Excuse
take
me, Mayor.
on.
Our
Yes.
Vice Mayor had her hand raised.
My apologies,
Online.
Vice Mayor,
Thank you.
and back to you, Janice.
Thank you. I mean, just as a hypothetical, and when we're talking about dollars, our last agenda item is talking about leasing property, and it's $10,000 a month. So that's $120,000 a year that would go into leasing property for police equipment. And I go to the Corp Yard, and then I see our old, wastewater facility that needs to be dismantled. When do we think that that'll be dismantled? Will it ever be dismantled? And is that an area that we could store vehicles for the police? And would that be convenient instead of on the site, say if we do end up doing a police and fire at the fairground site? And so how does that money incorporate into new facilities if you weren't spending on renting? I don't know if anybody can answer that question, but I'm throwing it out there.
Yeah, I'll attempt a portion of that question. I'm not familiar with the necessary planning or timelines associated with any plans for the existing Corp Yard. We did look through this process, as Rob and Laura previously mentioned, at the Corp Yard facility. I know there were other intended uses potentially identified there. We also have some access issues that would not necessarily be the most suitable for public safety emergency equipment. And then I'll also defer to our Assistant Director of Public Works for further comment on that location.
Thank you. What I'll say is that we are in the midst of a master plan for that. Am I not being heard? Sorry. And uses are still, being explored. We have a lot of existing uses. We have potential uses. There's a lot on the table for the Corp Yard, and we aren't anywhere near as far along in that process, for instance, as our public safety facilities process at this point. And to Vice Mayor Cater Thompson's question about timing, I don't have a good answer for you on that either. I would like to say that we would have a master plan completed, and we would have a path forward with council's blessing in maybe 2 years to 3 years. I can't see that happening any faster.
Thanks, Gina.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, I would just add that tonight's agenda item regarding the renting of space, it's really to accommodate, busting at the seams, police department whose staffing is, they're sitting in broom closets and such. So we're trying to really expand that footprint now, and which moves things off of the site, and it's kind of a jigsaw puzzle. So
I do understand that, but I just wanted to ask the question
thank you.
because I'm pretty clear. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Back to Brian Cochran.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted 2 more quick thoughts that I failed to mention earlier on the dollars and cents questions. So Chief Schock kind of alluded to this earlier, but as we move into more detailed design phases of the project, there will and likely may be some opportunities to squeeze or trim as needed, like he mentioned the Emergency Operations Center, but we would definitely want to take those opportunities, whether it's a 5% savings, 7%, 10% over the cost that you're seeing here, to get that down to a more manageable level. We definitely want to take the design and engineering process to go through that. And then secondly, wanted to also mention that there is another version of a proposed countywide fire tax that may be on the ballot in March of 2024. That would be a voter initiative. So it's a little different structure this time around, but if that were to go through, that would provide substantial funding to the city of Petaluma. And I believe part of that is full funding for a new fire station at about $30 million over 30 years. So that would obviously significantly improve our prospects of getting this done. Thank you.
Thank you. And going to public comment now. Have we had any online commentary on this?
Mayor, we did not receive any comments on this item prior to the meeting.
Thank you. And I have no cards in-house. I'd like to ask our Zoom audience to run the message that we read? Thank you.
You have card now.
Yes, Mayor. Members of the public attending online who wish to speak to this item should raise their virtual hand or press *9 if participating by phone. And we are starting to see some hands being raised.
Usually we're on a 30-second clock.
Please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe we do that for this item.
We usually just do that for general public comment.
Okay.
We have one hand raised at this time. There were two, now we have one hand.
Okay, good. Then let's start with our in-house audience. I have one card. It is John Hanania. Please come forward and speak.
Well, before I start talking about that whole issue with the police department, the fire department, and fairground, I think somebody should have taken some consideration for the elderly folks who's sitting here. I don't understand why you put this item before item number 10. Somebody should have some consideration. These folks can't stay up late, and they have to drive home, and they have to go to sleep. So whoever did that, shame on you. Let me just talk about the police department, the fire department now. You guys, all you've been doing, talk. At what point it gets old? How many years you've been talking about this? I don't think some of you, the staff doesn't listen to, because if I remember correctly, the last time this was here, it was the end of last year or the beginning of the year. It was asked a question about how much that property is worth if you were to sell it. How many months does it take to do evaluation? So I don't think the staff is listening. Why is it other neighboring city, they can afford to have facility for their staff? I think the police and fire are very important in the community. But, I also asked at the beginning of the year about the fairground. I said, come up with a master plan. And then I asked very specific question. Are you intent to carve it up? And what did Healy say? You need to go back and look. No, we're not going to carve it up. Well, it sure look hell like you're going to carve it up to me, because there's other areas at the fairground that you can put the police and fire. And I've been advocating for that for years. But somebody said it's the traffic. Well, why we have siren for? All they do is flip the siren on, the traffic stops. So all you do is just deceiving the public. Okay, there's better areas where you're going to put it. You're going to put it right across the street from the shopping center? Well, there's no traffic there. Why is Roner Park couldn't have a better equipment, and they can build a brand new facility with much better addition facility on Lebet right next to the CHP? We have higher tax than most cities around us. Why is it that we can't do a damn thing in here? But yet, when someone like me start talking, some of you are like, oh, look at him, he's a nutcase. Why don't you get off your behind and do your job? I'm sorry the way I talk to you, I'm really sorry. But it's like you guys, it's like, you need an earplug, so when people are talking, it doesn't go through. And I'm really sorry that I have to talk to you this way. But you guys don't listen. That's all I have to say, and I hope something what I said is sunk in some of your heads.
That's the last card I have in the chambers. Let's go to the Zoom audience.
Okay, our next speaker is Lisa. Please unmute and begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Lisa Davis, and I go to the swim center almost every day. So I just quickly want to mention two things to think about. If you put a 3-story building up in the lot right across the little Johnson Street, you might want to check what the shading is like on the aquatic center during the 3/4 of the year when the sun's kind of low. And the other quick point is the traffic is really bad around that loop. And it's pretty dangerous because swimmers and skateboard kids are crossing the street, and also shopping center traffic, foot traffic. So I'm just asking that you please consider pedestrian safety when you're putting in kind of facilities with a lot of moving vehicles that are moving quickly. Thank you.
And Mayor, we do not have any more comments.
Thank you very much. So I'm bringing it back to council. This is a period for your general comments on this, feedback in a workshop sense. Does anybody want to lead off? Then Councilmember Healy.
So I want to thank staff and the consultants for a huge amount of work. You said it's 180 pages? Looking forward to that. I think that placing a new fire station 4 at the fairgrounds does make sense. But as I said previously, and other council members have said as well, I think we need to go vertical and minimize the footprint and the take of the fairgrounds property. I've said this before, and Mr. Hanani had just alluded to it, that when the city voters approved the purchase of what we now call the fairgrounds site, it was then called Kenilworth Park. In 1910, it was for use, and the bond issue was for use as a public park in perpetuity. And so I realize that that's not legally binding on us because we're a charter city, but I think most of the members of the public still regard that as a promise that we should treat seriously. So I think, as I said before, the case for a Station 4 and an emergency operations center at the fairgrounds does make sense if we can minimize the footprint and put it in a place where it doesn't really interfere with the park uses so much. I have to say that the case for putting our new, very needed police station also at the fairgrounds is less compelling when you consider the promise that was made to the voters in 1910 to use the park, Kenilworth Park, as a park in perpetuity. And it was pointed out by the consultant, police calls fire calls and ambulance calls generally emanate from one of the stations, whereas the police department is usually patrolling the community and goes from wherever they are to wherever the call is. So I think there's less of a compelling need for a central location for our new fire station, our new police station. So those are my primary comments for tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Shrubs.
Yeah, I'd just like to support what Councilman Healy just said on the location, its possibility, that we really need to look at the master plan for the entire fairgrounds and not say, okay, this is going to be the number one thing and this has to go there and everything's going to be related to it. So I'd say let's look at the entire fairgrounds along with this before we start actually designing a building and site it specifically, because as was mentioned, it could be almost anywhere on that site and still do the services needs. And as what person just said about the swim center and the amount of foot and traffic, not enough cars coming out of there. I've tried to come out of there a couple different ways, the Johnson as well as the other one, Kenilworth, and a lot of cars can't get out of Kenilworth. It's so backed up with vehicles. There is no space whatsoever to get out quickly, and there's no place for cars to go should a fire engine or truck try to get out of there on that street, because it's all one way. It's not two ways. At that point, we have to completely break it apart, put in a new light system, make sure it could go both ways out of both of those exits. So there's some modifications. So let's look at the entire site down the road here before we design it, and let's look at other locations in the fairgrounds and look at a master plan for the fairgrounds, including park area and other things, resiliency center, and keeping the ag, keeping the schools if we can, and just see where that all goes. But as a concept, it's great. I love it.
Councilmember Now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am supposed to not talk about the fairgrounds, but I have to put my input into what it was mentioned that we're carving up at the fairgrounds. If you look at the fairgrounds on a daily, weekly basis, This is the most underutilized portion. And I've already reached out to the Speedway to see if it would affect their parking. The traffic analysis is going to have to be done on that roadway. I think they call it Johnson, because when you're coming in off Washington Street, you have 3 different opportunities. You can go as you're heading east. You can go right into where the airport is, or you could go forward and go to like the Target shopping center, or you can turn left and you can go to the pool or the skate park. Every single time a car comes off of there, they're not familiar with Petaluma, they do not get in the right lane. There's 3 lanes and they get in the wrong lane. So they're constantly backing up traffic because they have to get into the correct lane to go through to Target. So that whole area has to be improved. And I believe there would be a new easement road. So the traffic analysis will come in and it'll be improved. And I didn't even think about the swim center shading. So I'm sure we'd have to do some sort of report on that because I don't even know what the shading is. And I would think shade at the aquatic pool area would be good, but I don't know. So anyway, those are my comments. I'm not supposed to talk about the fairgrounds.
Okay. Councilmember Barnacle?
Yes, appreciate the report and the presentation. My comments are going to be sort of in a few different buckets. Building on what Councilmember Healy said, I think it's really easy to educate the community about why this is the right place. It's going to be a lot easier for us to educate the community and get them on board with this if we minimize our footprint. So tall buildings, small footprints. Like personally, one of the things that'll make my skin crawl is if we overpark this. Rob, you mentioned shift changes and that we have some overlap there. If we have twice the number of parking that we have, it's gonna, while we're trying to tell the rest of the community that we don't, that we want less parking in certain places and that we want people to be using alternative modes of transportation, and then we double up on parking and half of it sits empty for 90% of the day. I'm just not going to support that at all. And so I really encourage us to be efficient with our space. I also think that if we're going to be spending, 50 to up to $70 million, it looks like, I want to make sure that this is have some gravitas. It's a grand entrance. I'd love to see police and fire in the same building. I'd like to see us walk through a big entry and police as one go right, fire go left, and really make it like public, our emergency services. And this is the one-stop shop when, you can access all of it. And I know we're always thinking about being budget conscious, but I also just think we also need to have a big vision, and we'll figure out how to make it work. Because if we don't dream big, we'll never get there. So aim for the moon and we'll hit the stars, I think they say. I appreciate the public comment about the pedestrians that are around this area. In particular, the swim center and the skate park. I share those concerns, but I'm sure that with good transportation planning, we can mitigate any of the impacts and make sure that people stay safe. And then finally, I too would have liked to have seen this item come after, or seen the mobile home park item come sooner. But it wasn't intentional. And when you talk to our city staff that way, these people work really hard. And for the people who listened to that and then clapped, you're really supporting a bully. And we don't tolerate that in Petaluma. That's not what Petaluma's about. These people work their butts off to make the city better. Sometimes things take longer, sometimes 10 years longer, but we're working really hard. And it's just not tolerated. We shouldn't tolerate that. We're better than that. Petaluma's better than that. And we don't need to stand up to that. We need to stand up against that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Posake, good. Thank you. Councilmember Thompson, or Vice Mayor Thompson, Kater Thompson?
I agree with many of the comments made, and I think we really definitely need a master plan to determine the right location and and reduce the footprint. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I go into comments, I just want to note that sometimes we have our nose in the details in the engineering, but Councilmember Barnacle makes a very good point about how hard our staff is working and how hard they're achieving. I mean, the list of achievements in the last few years is huge. I mean, to get the mobile home park through, to get our other actions through, we have stellar staff, and I think the work that is being produced shows that high quality. Regarding the project, the need is obviously compellingly great for both the police station and a new fire headquarters, and to remodel the existing stations before they fall in the next earthquake. I am concerned that we're investing short-term money in the police station when I'd rather accelerate the complete project. And I agree the fairgrounds is a good location. I'd like the report to indicate, strongly examine a pay-ran alternative for that. And if not possible to get the entirety of the public safety on a parcel there, that Casa Grande be mentioned as to what its final disposition is. Perhaps that's the adequate size for the police station. I do note that Santa Rosa is now beginning their EOC, and they're converting a park and recreation building, and it's not tied to their police, it's not tied to the fire station, and that's not really the direction we want to go. We want to tie public services, EOC, all together. I am concerned about a fourth fire station, because a fourth fire station requires not just the costs we're seeing for capital, but it requires an operating budget, like approximately a 1/3 increase in fire staffing, and that's a substantial annual cost, and so that'll be a huge challenge. But what I do note with these numbers is that the overall capital cost is huge. One thing I've learned not to do is to underestimate staff's ability to achieve things that I don't know how they're going to do that and where that funding's. But the grant money that comes in and the success that staff has in achieving the things they put on the table is huge. But this is the biggest challenge I've seen for economic magic, and that's good because it's also the biggest need we have. So I'm glad the staff is thinking really big, and we have the right ambitious staff to get this done. And with that, then I'd like to conclude this item and thank staff for the fabulous presentation tonight, and look forward to hearing next steps. And with that, we will move to item 10. Item 10 is the introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 6.50 of the Petaluma Municipal Code entitled Mobile Home Park Space Rent Stabilization Program, and repealing and replacing an urgency ordinance adopted June 19th, 2023, amending sections 6.50.040A of the Petaluma Municipal Code. And I invite Eric Danley, City Attorney, to take it away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Good evening again, council members, members of the public, and staff. We've got some slides to share with you, which are being put up on the screen here, which we're going to try to do efficiently. Thanks to the folks in Chambers for sticking with us through tonight's meeting and all the prior outreach sessions, meetings with staff, and prior considerations before the council. It's good to be at this point. What we have before you, council, is the promised complete package to fully update the city's mobile home rent stabilization regulations. As you'll recall, this is a follow-up from just the urgency action that we brought previously to make sure that the council's direction regarding addressing permissible annual rent increases would occur in this year. So thanks for taking that action to allow that, and here we are to go through the rest of the package, which we have the council's given clear direction about, and so here we go through the slides. Thank you for the slide change. So there's our public outreach process getting to this point, starting with stakeholder meetings, a community meeting, also the council workshop to give direction, to give the council's policy direction, and this is a process we try to do, the outreach and then council workshop direction for any major legislative project, time permitting, and lastly, the council's action on the urgency ordinance, as I said, to ensure that the permissible annual rent increases was addressed first. Next slide, please. Thank you. So that is the council's direction regarding the permitted annual rent increase cap that was implemented via the urgency ordinance as an already in effect, and it is addressed the same in this larger regulatory package, and which will replace, once it takes effect, the urgency ordinance. So it's a complete holistic update. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Could you go back? I should state what it is, what it does, which is sets the permissible annual increase at 70% of the consumer price index change from the prior year, or 4%, whichever is less. Thank you. Next slide. So another feature we've discussed is what's referred to as the vacancy cap. And I apologize for some confusion about how we sort of addressed that. Hopefully we cleared that up in the last meeting to discuss this. But basically, although the Petaluma regulations do not set a cap on setting a new base rent when a vacancy occurs, it's still very restrictive, because it only allows setting a new base rent under in the case when a lawful vacancy exists, and that only arises from two things. One is a voluntary removal of the unit from the park space, and the other is termination of a tenancy in accordance with the mobile home residency law. So very limited circumstances under which that occurs. We've not changed that part of the existing regulations in accordance with the council's direction. However, if you go to the next slide, please. Thank you. We do address in the package, in the red line, recommended amendments that were in tonight's package to show the substantive changes that we're suggesting. These clarifying amendments. One is to clarify that moving a unit to another space within the park doesn't create a lawful vacancy. Another is clarifying that changing title to the unit without a termination of the tenancy also is not a lawful vacancy. And finally, there's language added to provide that that if there's been a new base rent as a result of a lawful vacancy within the prior 24 months, that those can't aggregate within the same 24-month period. Next slide, please. So here's a summary of what's in these amendments, which the council has directed that we bring. And we can go into more detail and look at the actual red line language if there are questions about it. So the proposed amendments obligate park owners to forward rent arbitration petitions to service providers that the city specifies. The amendments reverse the party that petitions for arbitration. That burden is on the park owners. These amendments would add a meet and confer requirement before arbitration occurs to try to resolve disputes informally that way. They add a provision that prevents arbitrations being noticed for December unless there's a showing of good cause before the arbitrator. These amendments allow for consolidation of arbitration petitions within the single park. They add a prohibition against demanding rent in excess of what is permitted under the city's regulations or an arbitration decision. This is just to make absolutely clear that that's the case. I think it's probably already the case in the regulations, but now that it's expressly clear. As the amendments are recommended. Next slide, please. So the way the amendments treat the fair rate of return, which, as we've mentioned, is an important legal requirement of the regulations. The rent stabilization program needs to protect the park owner's right to a reasonable return on their investment. The amendments would clarify factors that don't benefit the tenants directly, like certain debt costs, are not necessarily a basis for establishing for justifying increases in excess of what are permitted in the regulations. There's a provision added to prohibit park owners from seeking to recover costs of seeking rent increases in excess of the permitted annual increase. Next slide, please. There are proposed amendments to noticing requirements that would obligate park owners to post and provide the city's ordinance. Obviously, we'll have that also on our website and can be done through providing links. There's a requirement that owners post and make available the permitted annual rent increase cap. There's a requirement that notices that are required in the regulations be in English and Spanish. And if the lease is in a different language, which is unlikely, but if it is, also in that language. And as we have committed to doing with the city's tenant protection regulations, we'll be providing the notices that are required to be provided under the regulations. Next slide, please. But as you can see, all those are focused on ensuring that tenants are kept aware of their rights under the regulations. Other amendments that are addressed are updates on the finding and purpose portion of the city's regulations, which support the lawfulness and the need for the regulations and these updates. The amendments clarify definitions such as housing service definitions. The amendments require registration with the city in compliance with the regulations as a prerequisite to permitted increases in rent. The regulations, the amendments would prohibit banking of rent increases. If they don't occur within the year within which they're permitted, they can't subsequently occur. The amendments would authorize the city to enforce its regulations. And they also, those provisions make reference to the tools for doing that in Title I of the Municipal Code. The amendments would revise and the language of the text for gender neutrality. Next slide, please. So I went through that a little quickly on purpose given the hour, but hopefully summarize those features clearly. I'd be happy to hear any questions that the council has initially. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you getting this item back to council so quickly. And do we have any questions? Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, first I want to thank you for your responses. I put in lots of questions. You answered most of them in the written form. That was really good to have all of that. I just wanted to get some clarification on the terms. There's some vocabulary that's throughout the ordinances. We have park owner, and tenant are used throughout the document. And I want to make sure that we clarify in there that every time owner is referred to as park owner, whether or not to use the same term throughout. So park owner always appears when you say owner, not just owner, as a suggestion. Because there's many places where in one paragraph you say park owner, in the very next paragraph section you say owner, and it's inconsistent. So I'd like to see more consistency on that. And let's see, the other part is tenant.
Councilmember, if I could just answer that one quickly.
Correct.
So we define both terms, and we use both terms. So I believe we've addressed that, so that there's no inaccuracy in how we use the terms. Some contextually with regulations that are somewhat extensive like those are, it can be helpful to have that flexibility. So, and I'm confident there's no ambiguity with respect to that because of the way we define both terms. We did a few of the terms that way in these regulations.
Yeah, so to make sure when it says owner there, they're not talking about the home owners or the unit owners.
Right.
Where could have been some confusion, paragraph to paragraph. Oh, why did they use owner versus park owner? In this, are they referring to the homeowner now?
I understand, but I think we're clear on that because of how we did the definitions. Thank you.
Okay, the other term was also tenant, and I think when you're saying tenant as defined refers to the unit owners who are tenants as for the land. But would a tenant who is also a renter, where the park owner is also the home unit owner also, and that the tenant for that unit is not the person we're referring to in here as tenant? So there's a clarity between a renter of the entire unit versus a renter of the land. And I wasn't sure if the tenant was clearly defined enough to differentiate those two.
I'm sorry, but I'm not following your question.
Okay, we have tenant protection laws, and then we have mobile home laws. And then if someone is renting as a tenant, because the park owner owns the unit as well as the land, do any of these laws apply to that tenant? Or because I think they will be covered by the tenant protection acts that we have in place, so that the term for tenant is really referring to the owner of the unit who is not the park owner and not the secondary or tertiary renter of the unit or leasee of the unit that's subcontracted.
We need to be more fact-specific, I think, to see if there is a circumstance under which, and Dylan, I don't know if we've looked at that, under which the city's tenant protection regulations would apply in a park. I'm not sure that there is a circumstance of that. I mean, we'll point out to the fact that, what is it? Would be paragraph N in the definition section, which is 6.50.030, where we define both mobile home tenant and tenant. That's another place where we had a dual definition, like we talked about previously. So again, I don't think we have ambiguity there in terms of the terminology that we've defined. And Dylan, I don't know if you have any thoughts about whether we've seen instances in the abstract where there could be overlap with the tenant protection regulations.
Yes, so we actually amended our Tenant Protection Act a few months ago to explicitly not include mobile homes, and that's explicitly stated in the amendments because HCD protects the mobile home tenants. And like you said, Eric, the definition here of mobile home tenant or tenant, it's explicitly the occupancy of mobile home spaces. So this ordinance only applies to the mobile home tenant spaces, while the Tenant Protection Act applies to particular units in buildings like homes and duplexes, apartments.
Thanks, Dylan.
Yeah, so I guess, let me rephrase the question. If the park owner owns the unit and has someone renting it, are they covered by the mobile home or by the Tenant Protection Act? Or are they not covered now because they're not owners of the unit, they're just renters of the unit?
So this ordinance only protects the base rent for what park owners are able to charge for renting the mobile home space. Any rent between the mobile home unit owners, which could be the park owners, and their tenants, that is not addressed in this ordinance, nor do I think we can. HCD, the Civil Code Mobile Home Residency Law, only applies to those base rents.
Right, so a person that's renting a mobile home unit that's owned is not covered by either of the ordinances that we've created for the Tenant Protection Act ordinances, or even with the mobile home. So they are not covered then, that's what you're saying.
Only the base rent, correct.
Okay. So there's a group of folks that are not covered by any of the ordinances.
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else a question on the dais? No further questions. We'll go to public comment on the item. And I have quite a few cards. And I'd like to ask if we have any comments that came in prior to the meeting.
Yes, Mayor, we received 4 public comments on this item prior to the meeting, which are posted online with the agenda packet.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to ask our Zoom moderator to invite the Zoom audience in.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the public attending online who wish to speak on this item should raise their virtual hand or press *9 if participating by phone. And we're starting to see some hands come in.
And is some in excess of 2?
Oh, yes, Mayor, at this time we have 5 hands.
Wonderful. I have 8 cards, so that will be 2 minutes per person to keep us on our 20-minute number. So I'd like to invite the in-house audience first. And first up would be Beth Peck, to be followed by Betty Outzenschrader.
And I apologize, Mayor, could you clarify the time per comment?
2 minutes.
2, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do want to express my gratitude for everyone's patience in getting to this item at such a late hour. I apologize.
Y'all folks need a coffee pot in the back corner. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of our elected city council. My name is Beth Peck. I have been a resident of Petaluma since July of 2001, and I'm currently a tenant renting at Youngstown Senior Mobile Home Park. I was employed by the Golden Gate Bridge Highway Transportation District for 23 years as a transit bus operator, where I delighted in being able to care for my community. As I looked around the room tonight, I saw folks whom I was provided the honor of serving. Unfortunately, during those 23 years, I was involved in 2 major bus accidents that led me to being retired early on a permanent disability due to physical and mental injuries. I'm now on a fixed income, and I'm not going to lie to you. I fear I'm going to be forced to move from my home as rents increase and I'm eventually priced out. I have worked in customer service positions my entire life. As a result, I feel fulfilled at having been able to help many people over the years, but I'm not fabulously wealthy. I would like Petaluma to continue to be my home as I ease into retirement. I love living here in this community. At the age of 56, I also should not have to be forced to look for a roommate like a college kid in order to afford to stay in my home. The current market is being driven by those who are fabulously wealthy. Sure isn't folks like me controlling the real estate around this area. I've been helping folks in this community, my current home, for decades. Now I'm finding myself in an increasingly uncomfortable financial position from our rising costs of living. Will you please do everything in your power to help me keep my home so that I don't get priced out? I am vehemently opposed to my mobile home park being changed from being a senior citizen mobile home park to being an all-inclusive mobile home park. I see this as...
Thank you for your comments. Your time has expired.
You're going to give me your time? Thank you so much.
If the mayor will allow it, yep. Thank you, John.
I only have 1 more minute. I timed it out.
That would be perfect.
I see it as another means to raise the cost of living on seniors, most of who are already eking by on a limited income. And the people that are pushing this agenda to try to change the mobile home parks from senior to all-inclusive, that strikes me as very much that these people are trying to do a snatch and grab on the wallets of the senior citizens, and then turn around and see if they can't push us on out the door so that they can turn around and make a profit and go from there. My rent was raised almost $150 per month in this past year, and my home is owned by a corporation. In the previous 20 years, when I was renting from private owners here in this city, my rent never took that steep of a jump. With today's going rental rates, small percentages are absolutely huge. What can you folks do to protect folks like me and other folks who are in my shoes? At this point in my life, I really don't want to face the stress of reinventing my existence. I respectfully request that you all heard me today, because someday, after decades of long hours and hard work, you or one of your family members may be in my shoes. I actually feel sorry for the kids who are growing up in this community, because looking at the skyrocketing costs of real estate, how are the children that are being raised in this community going to be able to afford to stay in this community unless they live with mama and daddy or unless they go into the tech industry? Ancient societies historically took care of their elderly people. Will Petaluma please help us seniors so we aren't victimized by greed, corporate or otherwise, now or in the future? And I greatly, respectfully thank you all for your time, and thank you for listening to me this evening.
Thank you. And Betty Hudson Schrader. And let's observe a certain decorum for the council chambers and not have any applauding or contradicting opinions. And so Betty may proceed. And next up would be Laura Bennett.
All right. Good evening. And we do appreciate the staff. Okay, we really do. Since the change of the CPI to the rent stabilization on June 19th, several park owners, managers have done the following: made comments to convert parks to all ages because it's discrimination against families per federal government, which is not true. But this didn't prevent one park owner from providing to their park a 36-page rules and regulations that is severely commingled with verbiage from contracts and leases, such as rental agreements, which the two can't be tied together. All of us know that rules are necessary for a civilized world. We also know that rules need to be reasonable. From some of the items I read here, they are not reasonable. I've instructed people not to sign it. I'm further telling people to look at their leases and rental agreements. I'm confident that many of them signed documents based on the parks being housing for older persons. And if the owners pursue these kind of changes, it's definitely a breach of the original contract that they were entered into. I was also provided another document that stated this lease will be exempt from any ordinance, rule, regulation, initiative measure adopted by any local government entity which establishes a maximum amount at the park that the park may charge tenants for rent. The owners cannot contract away certain rights. This clause is invalid. So as the balance of the rent stabilization is reviewed and modified, I anticipate the city of Petaluma to address clear clarification on how much the base rents can change when a home is sold, and put a stop to $500 increases in one fell swoop. require information from park owners to monitor and enforce.
Thank you. I think that's your time. Appreciate it. Laura Bennett, to be followed by Jody Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Laura Bennett. I live at Leisure Lake Village. I want to thank you for your diligent support and continued effort in recognizing and protecting the senior citizens of Petaluma. You've continued to provide affordable housing since 1994, and now with a voted increase of financial security with the 4% cap and 70% of the CPI. The amendments of the mobile home park rent stabilization ordinance you're reviewing tonight will extend the security and protection in our forever homes. I especially know the extreme importance of the city monitoring the mobile home parks and making sure that they are legally following the mobile home rent stabilization ordinance and the MRL, which is the mobile home residency law. This will accomplish a transparency for all the parks and the laws being followed that protect the residents. Now it's time to move forward to keep our senior mobile home parks communities. I want to propose for your consideration an added amendment to the ordinance to establish the establishment of a senior mobile home park overlay zone to future protect senior housing in the city of Petaluma. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody Johnson to be followed by Tim Porteous.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. On July 5th, every owner resident of Youngstown received a mandatory notice of meeting and subsequent packet of new rules and revisions for the entire park. There is no doubt that the attempted conversion to all ages park immediately is a deliberate retaliation for us advocating and you passing much-needed rent stabilization revisions. This puts extreme hardship and stress on every senior citizens and actually petrifies them that they're going to be pushed out to the curb because they advocated for themselves. As we began this advocacy, our intent was never to make these seniors more vulnerable. And as such, I'm asking for immediate relief from this retaliation for all of the 95 owner residents at Youngstown Mobile Park. In the drafted revisions tonight that you spoke about, we are asking that you add senior park overlay zoning designation to this park as well as all the other senior parks in Petaluma. I have been told that this would or might stop this park change status. While I am not an attorney, in researching MRL law, it is apparent that such drastic changes of park status mandates a 6-month notice at the very least, and I question their right under various senior citizen protections if this is legal. Retaliation for proper advocacy is morally wrong. Please add the senior overlay zoning designation to the agreed-upon new revisions in the rent stabilization under an urgency clause as well, if possible. This morning, we put this into public record, this letter, along with 74 owner-resident signatures against the park status change. We stand Youngstown strong and Petaluma Mobile Park owners strong and hopeful that your service to the senior citizens of this beautiful city of Petaluma will continue.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, are you ready for a motion to continue?
Yes.
So
We have a motion to continue.
Well, it actually has to be two parts, to continue this item after 11 and then to start the next item after 10:30, so.
So moved.
That's both, so moved.
Are we clear on that?
Second.
Yes, I was just curious the second.
No, I have a second here already, but you're good on the motion?
I'm good on the motion. I
Okay.
just didn't hear the second yet. Thank you.
Good, thank you. And then I think we should do a roll call.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you very much. Insightful, that's a wisdom of experience there. Tim Porteous to be followed by Catherine Babowski.
You know me, my name is Tim Porteous. I've been here several times. I noticed up there on the board, you're talking about age friendliness, and you're talking about well, equal housing. This thing that Jody just mentioned to you is terrifying. I don't think any of you really have it. How terrifying it is from the previous stuff that we've been through. You have been coming through, and I thank you for that. Thank you, really. You mentioned about bullies. And there was a piece of information here that's ugly to me. It's the people that are going to get bullied now by the owners, from what just got identified clearly, in that if you rent a trailer that is in the park, he has nothing to be protected by. And another thing I don't know if you know, we were offered, some of us, and I don't know who else in Petaluma, by the owner of this, our park. There's this little funny meeting going on in another state where he is saying, come on up. We'll show you how our investments work. You can be part of this program. Really? To go in and do what he did to us, to other people? Hard to imagine. Really. Hard to imagine. Man, I get so uptight, and I hope there is an earlier time if this comes up, really. I mean, I don't know about anybody. Well, I do know about some of us here are really already in a lot of pain, but we're staying because we want to be here for you, to show that we believe, we're holding with you, we need you. And we'll sit here and suffer.
Thank you. Catherine Babowski, to be followed by Deborah Vitelli.
Yes, my name is Catherine Babowski. I live at the Littlewoods Villa Mobile Home Park at 1821 Lakeville Highway Space 31. When I first moved here in 1995, that park was made for senior park only. And no time was going to be a family park. And ever since it became a family park by Waterhouse Management Corporation, now Harmony took over, and that park is going downhill fast. It's being destroyed, damaged. They're breaking all the laws. Like also too, like I said earlier, they want to increase my rent twice, and next month, August, and again in September. And some of the residents also received this, saying they're if they don't get their way, they're going to close the mobile park. And there's going to be a lot of people homeless, and these people are slumlords, and they're big corporations, and they've done this at every mobile home parks they own and operated. And like I said, now also Harmony, they want to. They're selling this mobile home right here. I mean, no, not mobile home, house. It's at the Littlewoods Mobile Villa Mobile Home Park, and it cannot be moved. And after the person buys it, they're going to have to be paying rent space on it. I found this information, and they cannot do this. They want to kick everybody else out there, have this person buy this home that cannot be moved, and rent the space on top of that. Explain that. And also, too, us residents that live in that mobile park are paying property tax to the management. They're paying our rent, utilities, and the property tax for the land each month on our rent. So that's unacceptable. Do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Vitelli, to be followed by Donna Rose Brady.
Hi, I'm not very good at speaking, but I just wanted to thank all of you. You guys are great, and I'm glad we voted you in. And, you know, I'm terrified, like Tim said. And I am disabled, but I had to go back to work. So, you know, I can put some money in my savings, so in case this all happens, you know, that they're going to try to increase our rent so high that I'll have something to pay for. Because I have no more money, nobody to help me, So I'm going to do it myself. I always have and I always will. And I thank you for everything you guys do, and I appreciate you.
Thank you. Donna Rose Brady, to be followed by Bert Bata.
Yeah, when I bought my mobile home years ago, I bought it for my retirement because I live simple and happy. And I put God first, and God will take care of me because I want to stay there until He takes me. I don't want to have to move and be forced to move. I live so simple, I turn in cans and bottles to buy toilet paper at the dollar store because I get food stamps. And I've said that on the news before when they wanted to raise the rent $300 per month. I have post-traumatic stress that I've had my whole life. I can't breathe. Just being here tonight, having the seniors wait this long, I didn't know I could wait this long to speak. But I just want to say I'm putting this in God's hands, and I hope you guys make the right decision.
Thank you. And the last speaker card I have is Bert Bata.
I'd like to pass my turn on to Jody Johnson, if that's acceptable to the council. She's much more astute and studied.
I think I appreciate what you're trying to do, but she's had her turn at the podium, and it's not. It needed to be contiguous when she needed it that time. We don't do that.
Okay, I'll do the best I can then.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks to this council. This is the first time I've done this. I didn't do as much homework as I would like to have done. I see I should have done a lot more because this park is a very special park to myself and my wife and all the people who live in the park. And if it's turned into an all-age inclusive park, it's going to be like lemmings fleeing the park because the seniors are not going to be able to afford it. I'm not going to be able to afford to stay there, my wife and I. And I think if this happens, there's going to be a rush from the other parks owners to try to accomplish the same thing, to clear out their parks of seniors and make it all age inclusive. And the city of Petaluma is going to be facing a major dilemma if that takes place, and it's going to reflect badly on the city and on the council. So I'm asking you, council, to reconsider or to take into consideration this amendment and to vote it down or do whatever you can to keep this park 55 and over. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to invite in our Zoom audience, and our moderator will take it here.
Yes, our first speaker is Salo Londano. Please unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Thank you, council members. I'm here again to urge you to stop moving in the direction you're moving in. You may feel like you're doing the right thing, but ignoring economic rules is never the right move. Rent control is one of those obvious issues that every expert agrees on. It never works, and it always leads to lower housing stock and poorer living conditions. In this case, this council wants to enact, quote, the strictest possible ordinance, apparently with no regard for future consequences at all. This council is choosing not to listen to park owners and managers. This council is choosing not to work together and collaborate with business owners. This council is refusing the generous offer by park owners to provide direct rental assistance to residents in need. Again, please listen to your local business owners who provide much needed affordable housing. We know these issues are complicated, and we're ready to sit down for an actual discussion. Park owners and managers are proud of the work they do in Petaluma, and they want to continue being able to do so. They can't do it under this extreme rent control regime you're imposing on them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Margaret DeMatteo. Please unmute yourself when you're ready and begin speaking.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you. Margaret DeMatteo on behalf of Legal Aid of Sonoma County. I just want to say your work on this ordinance is so important and timely, and I commend you for getting this done in a way that best ensures community stability. Community stability is so important in this housing crisis, and we've seen efforts to upset that stability in numerous ways since the rent cap was passed with urgency last month. I was able to submit a written comment late in the day today and refer back to that, but in case you weren't able to read it, we make the following recommendations while also supporting the thoughtful and thorough amendments made by council and staff. Number one, please make enforcement and tracking more than optional for the city. Without a guarantee on tracking compliance with this ordinance and corresponding penalties for failure to comply, there is a limited deterrent value for violations there too. We're already seeing egregious behavior by some park owners who have no regard for the ordinance as it stands. Do please adopt complete vacancy control. Use Rohnert Park as a model. If you allow space rent increases above the rent limits when there's a termination of tenancy, otherwise known as an eviction, this incentivizes evictions. The lawful vacancy language is hard to navigate for so many. Why not make it clean and clear that the rent limits apply regardless of vacancy, thereby preserving the affordability of Petaluma's parks? Lastly, please consider adoption of a senior park overlay district zoning designation. For all current senior parks, there are several successful examples I put in my letter. As you likely know, the owners of Youngstown have attempted to convert the park to all ages in an attempt to increase their revenue in retaliation for your actions. We appreciate.
Thank you for your comment. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Isaiah Gonzalez. Please unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank everyone for their time and their patience with getting to this item. I'd like to especially commend the seniors who have waited so long to give their opinions and to have their voices heard. For those who are adamantly against the mobile park homes converting to all ages, I want to stand with you in that sentiment. However, I need you guys to hear how impacted not just you guys are at your end of the age spectrum, but how impacted everybody is by the need for affordable housing. For the person who spoke against rent control as a whole, I speak as the granddaughter of a woman who won having her rent controlled and fighting an Ellis Eviction Act, and who has lived in the same rent controlled apartment for 40 years now. And because of that sort of stability, she was able to raise her youngest son to be a San Francisco police officer. That as my father is in his 50s and in the middle of divorce, he has somewhere to go. Rent control is not inherently evil. And I love that we're putting it into practice and that we're talking about it, because this isn't something that needs to apply just to the mobile park homes, but to everyone. And I also say that as someone who's explored and priced out the possibility of trying to get into one of those homes just because the market is so difficult. So thank you. I stand with you seniors and for those arguing for your stability. You guys deserve it.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Nick Littlewoods. Please unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Hello, you guys have me?
Yes.
I recently received a letter from the city of Petaluma, which informed me that an increase in water rates would be levied, aimed at addressing rising costs and funding the repairs of your aging infrastructure. This demonstrates an understanding that failing to adjust prices for services provided can lead to financial difficulties and potential bankruptcy for the city. Similarly, we are currently managing properties with aging infrastructure while dealing with escalating expenses in aging infrastructure. However, it seems that the decision to impose additional restrictions on rent increases, keeping them below CPI, will have unintended consequences. As I'm sure you're aware of, we have hired a consultant to assess the feasibility of closing our mobile home park. We believe this to be our only viable course of action. We are concerned that if not addressed, these changes will suffocate our business and render our property virtually worthless. This council will be directly responsible for closing the doors of a vibrant and diverse community. It is not something to be proud of, and it is unlikely to be regarded as a favorable achievement on your professional resumes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Mayor, at this time, we do not have any additional speakers.
Thank you very much. I would like, we heard comments about all age, all inclusiveness, and I would like our city attorney to weigh in on nuance there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be happy to do that. We've heard those comments tonight, and we've received a number of emails advocating for that. To address some of the considerations there, one, we're definitely not noticed and have not gone through the required procedures for the council to take action to change the city's zoning ordinance with respect to that. There are jurisdictions, as Margaret mentioned, that have senior overlays in their zoning regulations, and they're lawful. Those can be done lawfully, but they require the full process that land use regulation changes require. So consideration of whether what the proper environmental analysis is, consideration by the planning department, noticing that zoning amendments require, et cetera. So that we're not in a position for that to happen tonight, but it's something that the council could choose to take up, following the required procedures for doing that. A related consideration potentially I wanted to mention with regard to the comments we've received about the communications that were put out on behalf of Youngstown. We have researched the mobile home residency law regulations regarding changes to park rules. Park owners do have the right to change park rules, but they have to give notice to tenants, provide a public meeting to discuss those, and they are subject to a 6-month delay period before those rules can take effect, as I think some of the members of the public mentioned tonight. There's also, it's true that violations of park rules can be a basis for an eviction if it's a rule that's a requirement of the lease. However, before that can occur, tenants are also entitled to a 7-day cure period to correct noncompliance, unless they violate the rule more than twice in a 12-month period. So that's a potential consideration. Another couple things I'll mention is all of the city's mobile home parks are in a part of the city that's subject to general plan land use designation for mobile home park, and also for zoning regulations for mobile home park. That's the only permitted use. So a change of use would require a discretionary change in the general plan land use designation and in the zoning. Also, we do have on the books conversion regulations about conversion of mobile home parks to different uses, and those require providing for the displacement of residents. So those protections are in place, and I don't mean to offer those comments as arguments against the council considering that. The council obviously can look at the issue of overlays, but it would take some additional process and noticing before that could be taken up. And I think hopefully that provides some helpful background about that. And if there are more questions, I'll be happy to address them. Thank you.
No, I very, very much appreciate that. So it can't happen tonight. Okay.
Yes, that's the short version that I almost never give, but yes, absolutely right.
And I would like to have our council weigh in, and I'd like to turn to our long-distance councilperson, Vice Mayor Janice Cater Thompson, and see what her comments are tonight.
Thank you. First of all, I'm really pleased that we're where we're at tonight. I'm very disappointed with what I've heard from the mobile home park owners, residents. And I do think an overlay is a direction I would like to move on, so we can actually protect the senior parks for seniors. And they deserve that. And I just really appreciate all the comments that were made. And there is a meeting on the 21st, I believe, that I'll probably be attending at Youngstown just to hear what the owners have to say. But with that, I would like to actually move this item for approval. So it's the introduction of an ordinance for the City Council of the City of Petaluma, amending Chapter 6.50 of the Petaluma Municipal Code entitled Mobile Home Park Space Rent Stabilization Program, and repealing and replacing the urgency ordinance adopted June 19th, 2023, amending sections 6.50.040A of the Petaluma Municipal Code. But I'd also like to, besides moving it, just thank the residents of the park for all the work that they've done. And we are all upstream swimmers, and our job is never done. And I will stand behind you and stand with you to protect you from evictions. And this appears to me to be more elder abuse, and it's really difficult to see this in my own community. And I just want you to know I will stand with you. And with that, I'll make that motion.
Thank you very much. Please vote. We have a motion on the floor, and I'm sure we have other comment on the floor, but I would like to get a second for that before we move on. Second by Councilmember Healy. And Councilmember Barnacle, comments?
Yeah, I have a question for the city attorney. The comment from Margaret about section 6.50.190 C1 says the city shall have the right and authority but not the duty to enforce the requirements of this chapter by bringing actions. Is there a reason why we don't make that stronger and say have the right, authority, and obligation to enforce the requirements?
Yes, there's a very good reason, and that reason is addressed in D of the same section. Because if the city has a duty and no discretion, then that duty can be forced upon the city. And one of the things I've found in my long years of serving cities is that prosecutorial discretion and the discretion to decline to bring an action as well as to bring an action is a very important thing, because we never know in advance what the facts are going to be that the decision makers would base a decision whether to enforce or not. But and I'm happy to answer more questions about that. But one thing
that's great. That's perfect. I have one more question for you.
Sure.
To the public commenter who said that they had hired a consultant to look at closing their park, that park owner would be would have the opportunity to bring forth and pursue arbitration to, if it really created a hardship, right?
That's right. I believe we've made the arbitration provisions even clearer, that the park owners have an absolute right to seek consideration before an arbitrator to establish that an increase beyond that permitted in the law is needed for them to make a reasonable rate of return, and that's important to the validity of our regulations, and also to ensure that we continue to have viable mobile home parks in the city.
Got you. Can you see any reason why you wouldn't pursue arbitration before you just close down a park?
I'd only be speculating. I mean, there's a big, each of the parks represent a substantial investment. The information that we still see is that they are lucrative businesses and valuable. as properties and as businesses. If I were owning one of those businesses myself, I'd want to preserve that investment. And given what I said about the restrictive nature of our land use regulations that apply to the parks, I think, park owners, I don't think conversion is necessarily easy. And because
All right, that's fine. Okay, I too would support the bringing forward an overlay zone. And just for the folks who are, I asked those questions because I could see how that would be scary to hear that. And we're going to have your back. And so, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I should add, because I neglected to mention it in my remarks earlier, I did mention that we've strengthened the rights of enforcement, and we just touched on that a little bit in section 6.50.190, because that's certainly true. And it's already the case under the existing regulations right now that that retaliation by a park owner in response to a tenant exercising their rights under the regulations is unlawful and a violation of the chapter. But if these amendments go forward, there will be additional tools that we have to address that, but it's unlawful already. So hopefully no park owners have done that or are contemplating that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any last comments? Yes, Councilmember Dow.
I just wanted to ask staff, these residents that have a low income financial need, who do they go to, the housing, or do they go to the Petaluma People Service Center? Where do they get help? I don't want them having to sell their aluminum cans to go buy toilet paper at the dollar store. I don't want that to have to be a burden, and I want them to feel like we're helping them. So how do we get them the information to help them out financially?
Well, we're really fortunate in our community to have so many strong and committed nonprofit partners that serve the community members in all kinds of different ways. I haven't looked at our website recently to see how we're featuring that. I believe we are, and I know we intend to be, so that folks can access resources, and certainly Petaluma People Services is one of them, because we've talked about how they play that kind of intermediary role but with tenant disputes, and one of the mechanisms that's included in these proposed amendments will provide for park owner notice of arbitrations to the service providers that we specify, because one of the things that we've seen is tenants need access to those services to help them prepare for and represent their interests in an arbitration. So that's something too. But I don't know if, Peggy, you wanted to add?
I was just going to say, PPSC provides for rental assistance and a variety of other, they are the ones that are also, we're doing our basic universal income program through PPSC and the county. So PPSC is a great place to start.
And I'll add too real quick, as part of these amendments, like Eric says, we are required, it is requiring the park owners to provide tenants notice of their rights under this ordinance, but maybe we can include, a little snippet, or at least the link to a website for other resources.
Because if these park owners are retaliating, that's I think someone mentioned bully. We need to help these park tenants as much as we can, and hold the park owners responsible for their retaliation. And I don't know what we can do, but there's no excuse for being a bully. I mean, these are the one part of our population that probably given back to the community more than any other member of our community, because they've been here longer. I know, I'm there. So, And living on a fixed income with one income is not an easy thing. I know, I'm living it. So whatever we can do, the overlay, I'm behind it 100%, and I'll be voting for this. Thank you.
Councilmember Shribs?
Okay, so what we've heard tonight, I'm pretty concerned. I'm fully supportive of what we're saying up here for the overlay and protecting and helping as much as we can down the road here. I do have a few fears of seeing what's already happening this quickly and how it's going. I have in my past, I was part of the corporate world, and I was part of a corporate lawsuit with 10 lawyers on one side and 10 lawyers on the other side, hundreds of $millions at play. And these guys are total barracudas, could care less, and will pull the stops out. They're truly gunslingers to the highest degree, and they're really sharp, and they will go after you, whatever the cost. So that's my impression of working with corporate lawyers. So I do have a fear that what is being threatened in at least some cases, and if this corporation is large enough, they're going to go, oh, I'll just go ahead and take this loss on this one property, and I will use this in all my other properties in all my other cities, and as an example, and therefore, hey, I'll stop it from happening in any other place because I'll demonstrate that I've just killed Petaluma and just evicted all these seniors. So that is corporate thinking, using you guys as guinea pigs and examples. So I make sure that let's investigate that a little bit and find out how real these threats are. The other part is on the rules. Applying these rules, and I know I was part of a PUD at one time. I was on the board of that PUD. Public Utilities does in Texas, development, which is like a mobile home with condos. And we ended up actually taking a home away from someone because they didn't pay us our $50 fee, basically. And they refused. They didn't believe us that we wanted our money. And there's rules. And then when rules are created, like you guys are getting this long list, I saw this big long paper you showed with lots of yellow tabs on it, lots and lots of rules. And the rules can be really sticklers. We won't do landscaping. You got to do the landscaping. Oh, and if you move a rock, you have violated the rule, and now you're going to get evicted. I mean, that's the level of thinking that corporate lawyers might use against you. So we do have to be careful and find out how real this threat is, how real this verbiage is, how much and what we can do to protect. I'm hoping it is all gas, all hot, really hot gas is worthless. And they're just being total bullies about it. And if they are, I'm hoping that we can support you in every which way we can against that. That possible reality, especially like Youngstown is going through these steps, is okay, we'll do it this way, and if that doesn't work, we'll do it that way, and then we'll use you guys as the dummies against the wall, basically, and as demonstrations. So anyways, let's be cautious. At least watch what's going on and keep track of this and hopefully help everyone. You guys, you're part of us and we're part of you. So we want to keep you safe and out of harm's way. So keep us informed what's going on that. But that's just my cautionary things, just knowing a little bit about how the corporate world works a little bit on that. So let's take a look at those rules and see, and let's get some our advocates to come in and say, okay, are these rules reasonable, rational, and acceptable at all? And don't sign anything until we actually get some help from some legal aid here, please. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. Only 10 lawyers per side? Boy, you haven't seen anything. No, but seriously, this is what we can do tonight. And I realize we're not done. There was comment, I believe Mr. Danley said that there's a 6-month process that a park has to do before changing the rules, and we know one park either has started that process or is on the verge of doing so. So is there a possibility we could get an overlay ordinance back to this council for consideration within 6 months?
Oh, we certainly are going to, we've already picked up that gauntlet over the last couple days, and so we'll come back to council with a timeline.
I would say I think so. We need to talk to planning staff and look at the calendar.
Again, yeah, I think we just need a confab.
Can that be pulled forward as part of the general plan and maybe fast-tracked as opposed to or would be part of the whole general plan?
I would just be speculating tonight, so I'm.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, anyway.
but we've already picked that gauntlet up.
Please look
We've
into it.
heard. Oh, we are.
Thank
We
you.
are. Thanks.
Thank you, and I do really appreciate the public show of support and that you recognize what hard work staff is putting in for your benefits and to, again, continue with that compassionate treatment of Petaluma citizens. So appreciate that. And with that, let's have the roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for attending tonight. And no, and we will now move to item 11. And if I could ask everyone to move towards the exit, we'll continue with the meeting. Thank you. Item 11 is an introduction of an ordinance authorizing the city manager
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to start the discussion.
We can't.
You can't hear, okay.
An ordinance authorizing the city manager to enter into a lease agreement with Hansel Properties for 15,660 square feet of additional storage space for the police department at 1221 Petaluma Boulevard North, which includes 7,260 square feet of indoor space and 8,400 square feet of outdoor space. And I'd like to invite our Chief of Police, Ken Savano, to present the item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following the workshop discussion and some of the other items on the agenda, it feels somewhat unnecessary to go into a lot of detail on this item. So given the time of night and those previous discussions, I'll be brief. I wanted to address four main components of trying to maintain a full-service law enforcement agency for this community. Staff needs, as a growing police force and a changing police force with civilian staff, we are not able to meet those needs, as you've heard several times tonight. Our climate initiatives, we're transitioning to electric vehicles, but we're running extension cords across the parking lot to try and charge vehicles. So making room around the exterior of our building will be tremendously helpful in some of those climate goals. The safety, I'm as you know, a former traffic officer, sight distance. It's almost like an obstacle course to drive through the back lot right now. So there's some real serious safety concerns. And then fiscal responsibility. We have millions of dollars of equipment that we have been granted either from state or federal resources at no cost to the city. And if we had to replace them, they're millions of dollars that we heard earlier tonight we just don't have for other critical needs. So that's the reason this item's coming before you. As you heard from the consultants, there's justification from them as well as the CPSM study, which you heard. If anyone hasn't had a recent tour, I'd welcome picking you up and sharing the obstacle course in the back lot and taking you through the building. But I do appreciate that you hear the concerns and that they're validated. I've learned from retirees that you used to occupy the police facility here where Fire Prevention Bureau is currently. When we moved to the current building in 1986, they knew immediately it was too small. And so 37 years ago, a lot has changed for us, and our lot has gotten very congested. As we have grown and acquired new equipment to maintain our readiness and be responsive to the needs of our community, the space inside and outside of our building has been significantly impacted to the point that areas designated for storage inside the building are now offices. The parking lot is overcrowded with storage containers and a variety of large and small emergency vehicles, creating the safety issues I just mentioned. Not to mention the cost of that equipment and the lack of adequate space and storage has impacted our ability to accommodate the growing staff and their needs. The item before you tonight is the culmination of many years of research with real estate professionals and our city team to try and identify temporary and long-term storage needs citywide, not just for our department. And this opportunity creates that for other departments, not just ours, if we're able to move forward tonight. We have thoughtfully and thoroughly conducted numerous site visits at vacant warehouses or every industrial site that we can find in the city. Deputy Chief Miller and I have personally driven and phoned every commercial real estate broker. I know their names all personally. I've presented at my Rotary Club, civic organizations. I mean, I've put the word out everywhere we can. We've looked at the airport, and I mean, just basically anything we could think of to try and find some solutions. And it wasn't until this opportunity came about that for a variety of reasons, the age of the site, the type of site that it is, and most of the places that we've looked at haven't had large enough access doors, or they come with some industrial storage space, but an excessive amount of office space that just priced us out of the market. If this particular property, if we were leasing the entire site, would go anywhere between $30,000 and $40,000 a month. And so I want to acknowledge Henry Hansel and his team for being willing to consider our public safety needs in the short term and be flexible to even address a portion of a lease of that property because of the specific facilities that it has. In closing, while there may be some future improvements at the airport that might bridge the gap between now and a new storage facility that the city could utilize, we see this as a best fit solution until a more adequate city storage facility can be constructed. It will allow us to accommodate a growing staff and their needs and improve safety in our current parking lot, address climate issues, and ensure proper storage of specialized equipment while being readily accessible to our current operations. It's literally across the street. And we are fairly confident with the support of the council tonight that any improvements or cleanup or added security cameras or alarms we can absorb in our current budget, and it would provide a tremendous amount of relief for my staff, and we'd be greatly appreciative for your consideration on this item tonight. With that, I'll address any questions that you have.
Bring it back to council for any questions. Councilmember Shrib, any questions?
Sure. I'll be consistent.
Shocker.
Just how quickly could you do the improvements? Because I noticed that I've been passing by the site or looking at it from the street view on the camera. It does need a little bit of help. And so how quickly could the place be set up, legally documents made, do the improvements you need, put in the security cameras, get all that done? And when could you actually move in?
Well, if I had my way, we'd already be moved in, but I'll defer to legal counsel for the follow-through of this legal process. But once it's approved and we can sign the documents, the cleanup will be very, relatively short amount of time, less than a week. And we're talking about adding cameras and an alarm system. It's really facilitating those camera installations that will tie into our existing system with a current vendor that we're already using that did the cameras here at City Hall and other facilities. So I'd say a couple of weeks. We could be ready to go and have it safe enough to actually store vehicles there.
Okay, good. And then one thing I've heard, I was at a park meeting once, and one of the persons was the owner of the business right next door to that. I think they're the emergency services company. I can't remember the exact name, but she was saying she doesn't have enough employees for the housing issue. So she was actually looking at that property for possibly even developing it for housing. So, which might be a possible case down the road here. So if we need affordable housing, that's like a huge site ready to go. So is there contingency plans in case we have to vacate it at that point? And how much notice can we somehow put it in the contract that we have a little longer lease in case something like that happens?
Well, understand the unique situation that the property owner has and Mr. Hansel's consideration for a month-to-month. Worst case scenario, we would move all the things back to our parking lot. But I feel confident, and in my conversations with the property owner, that any future planning, long-term planning for that site will take some time. But we also understand that financially and economically, there may be a different decision by the property owner. We would respect that. And that's why we wouldn't invest a significant amount of money in improvements. It already has a secure structure. It already has a secured perimeter fence. We would just add video surveillance and an alarm system. So other than an inconvenience and a recrowding of our existing lot, it will provide us relief immediately, especially if we're looking at a remodel of our existing facility in the short term.
And the specific items that might go over there, are we talking about all the larger military vehicles would go there and all of the cars that are towed would end up there? And what else, what are all the things that might actually end up there? What's the plan at the moment?
Thank you, Councilmember. Exactly. And so not only all of our equipment or emergency vehicle equipment that we currently store at the police department for ready access, there's a list attached to this staff report that lists everything in detail, from boats to ATVs to motorcycles to surplus vehicles that we have to keep ready. And then any evidence vehicles that we're currently paying for offsite storage, we would have the ability to bring them back to our local storage facility and have them in a secure building. So we would experience a cost savings from that as well.
Good. And could you move some of the containers that you have on site that were referred to in some of the photos? Could any of the containers be moved over there also in some space?
Yes, that's why there's indoor and outdoor space specified in the lease. So those storage containers would be moved from our parking lot into the open space in front of the warehouse door in the area that we've designated and agreed upon with the property owner. So yes, we would move them.
Okay, and if you move the containers or move the contents of the containers, are we currently owning or renting those containers, and would we save some money doing that?
We purchase them. So we would have to arrange with a transportation company that picks those containers up and moves them.
Okay.
But we own the containers.
You own the containers. Okay, good. That sounds all good to me. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Councilmember Posake, any questions? Councilmember Now, any questions?
Thank you.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Cater Thompson.
No.
Councilmember Healy. Barnacle.
I noticed that the lease started June 1st. Are we backdating it?
I think we were hopeful that we would be able to move in sooner, but the charter requires a certain process, so that may have been predated out of excitement and anticipation. We'll make sure that's correct.
Great. And then the only other thought is if there's any of the equipment that's going to be in there that's military equipment, let's make sure that the lease for storage is included in the report that we saw earlier.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
And let's move to public comment on this. Do we have any online commenters?
Mayor, we did not receive any comments on this item prior to the meeting.
Thank you very much. I have no cards on the matter. And do we invite our Zoom audience in tonight?
Yes. Members of the public attending online who wish to speak to this item should raise their virtual hand or press *9 if participating by phone. And although we do not have a formal countdown here, I can tell you that we do not have any virtual hands raised at this time.
Okay, then let's bring it back to close the public comment period and bring it back to council.
I'll move the item.
Councilmember Barnacle moves the item.
I'll
Second that.
What a lot of competition. Councilmember Posake is on record here,
Thank you for clarifying for me.
and we may roll call.
Barnacle.
Aye.
Cater Thompson.
Yes.
Healy.
Yes.
Now.
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Shribs.
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
wonderful. Thank you, Chief and Chief.
Thank you
for
all.
the wonderful presentation. And with that, we are adjourned at, what is it, 11:50? Oh, my goodness. Good night.